All right. Let's get stuck in with the boys. I do believe we are past the ick, yes. We still have the Skaven and the Ogres. Those don't bother me, but they probably bother other people, which is why I mentioned them. However, the Skaven and the Ogres, well, excuse me, the Skaven we won't be doing for some time. The Ogres, well, we'll probably do them soonish. Hello, Jay Palmer. Good morning, Blake Taval. Hello, Huthor. Alright, Huthor, you have to rewrite all of Star Wars. Go! Wait, there's a proviso. You have to make Star Wars seamlessly fit with Star Trek. Would I like to see a Total War Warcraft? Absolutely. Like, I know this sounds weird, but I'd love lots of strategy games set in Warcraft. It's Warcraft. Also, it's my favorite franchise, or I guess setting of all time. Congrats, Yura. Glad the elliptical's working for you. Alright. We already...
Spirits of Morka.
Dude. FPS Warcraft? That's more of a... Sure, we can make that work, but it's going to be difficult and terrible. Like, that's a creative challenge, as opposed to something that we want and need. I shouldn't say we there, but you know what I mean. What are we corrupted by right now? It's, apparently it's Slanesh. I should have known. It's skulls with pink coming out of them. Hello, Dr. Winter. Because, like, I would love a proper XCOM style in Warcraft. I'd love a grand strategy, and or a 4X, and an RTS. But I'd also love, like, more other slightly different strategy type games, like City Management, or Town Manager, or like a Hero Manager. Like, basically anything into the management strategy category. My ally has begun construction on an outpost in my settlement. Okay. But how? Any game types I wouldn't like to see? Yeah, dating sims. Thank you, Scion of the Emperor. As always. I hope you haven't been too disappointed by my terrible, terrible reviews. So that is something I fear every day. I was going to say, it apparently does not actually take up space, so... Ah! There's the outpost. Fascinating. One moment. So these are going towards Scion of the Emperor. Towards Total War Troy. We're just going to truncate that for my notes. Warhammer Battle Sector. Iron Harvest is part of a block, isn't it? And, hang on, Magister, give me 1 sec, because that's an anniversary sub. Let me pull up the blocks page. Did you know you could type in !blocks in chat right now? Yep, that is actually in the RTS block. Oh, that towards the RTS block. No blocks. Be very clear, not blogs. You also, another little quality of life thing I did was all of the blocks are also repeated on the actual lists. That way, if you go to, like, the list and you hit Control F to search for Iron Harvest, it'll show up. Because if I didn't do that, it wouldn't. And it'll say, aha, and it'll show which block it's a part of. Now, thank you, Magister, very, very much for 2 years of support. And welcome to the 2-year club. Ever and always. And I will put that anniversary sub towards various WoW-related stuff. A Diablo dating sim? Just gonna raise my eyebrow at that. Is there a reason the RTS block skips Command & Conquer 2? Well, Command & Conquer 2 sucks, but other than that, there's also the fact that nobody's really expressed any interest in it. Several people wanted me to cover the remaster of 1, and a lot of people wanted me to cover 3, but literally nobody has been interested in 2. So that kind of speaks for itself, I think. What do we got right now? And yes, the only dating sim I've ever played, I should be clear about that, is the KFC one I did on camera. Okay, so I need to go over here. Let's go and switch to March. Is there a VOD? Yes. In fact, I think that might have been after the Oblivion line, so I think the review for that is current. There's also a highlight reel for it. If you don't feel like watching the whole thing. There's also a rumination on it. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a real thing. Yeah, we're already having a soul deficit. Let's not work on that. What I know about Crusader Kings 3? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Prophetry. You asked a question earlier. Yes, other than the prologue, which was Kislev, obviously, and a very brief dalliance with the High Elves, we have only been playing Chaos factions, because I've been trying to get the factions out of the way that I don't want to play. Eventually, we're going to start playing factions that I actually think I'll enjoy, and, you know, then we'll start narrowing down which ones we'll do full campaigns with. But, anyways. Like, I can't actually do anything, so, yeah, turn. What do I know about Crusader Kings 3? So I've actually done a review of Crusader Kings 3 already. In fact, that was just like a couple months ago. It was very recent. It's a little bit content light. However, the core fundamentals of the game, the interface, the quality of life features, all that stuff are actually really good. And that's the biggest thing for me when it comes to a strategy game. Don't mistake me. Content is important. But, like, Crusader Kings 2 is a game I can't enjoy, despite how content-rich it is, because of the interface and because of the, because of the everything. Just controlling that game is such a pain. We just caused control loss here, because that's what you do. Thank you, Cat Horse. Always and ever appreciate. I am enjoying Total War. I was actually looking forward to playing this morning. Which I know sounds like a duh, but no, what I mean by that is I don't always look forward to the game I'm playing at any given point in time. I'm not going to name any examples, but you get the idea. So we've got Riftbreaker, Pokemon Arceus, and Satisfactory. You got it. Thank you again, Cat Horse. I don't know what that means, Jay Palmer, but it was a parody-style game. So they're offering me money for a peace treaty. They're also apparently a lot stronger than I am. Ah, gotcha, Jay Palmer. Oh, okay. That is not intuitive, I'm going to be honest. I looked at this like, damn, I am so much weaker than them. I'm like a third of their strength. Yeah, okay, sure, we'll take your money. Unruly vassals have risen to question your might. So we can increase control and leadership faction-wide, or increase the tribute from vassals. Give me more tribute! Prince Orgax now has a mount.
Spirit of
Declare war. What are we fighting? Who are you? Slanesh! Did I just make peace with you? Anyways, to war! Declaring war shortly after signing a peace treaty is considered an act of treachery. Is condemned by all factions. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why I care. As this faction.
Unleash chaos!
Anyways, hi. Sorry, but my blood runs cold. Take what you can. Give nothing back. Wait, we're not playing pirates. Damn it. Thanks for the money. Now I need your souls. But you're Slanesh. You don't have any souls. Oh.
My God's call!
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to get souls after this battle, because I'm pretty sure you get souls and skulls and blood and all that, pretty much regardless who you're fighting. Could be wrong about that, don't quote me.
I am exalted! Biblu Hatu!
Where do we send these souls? To whoever. I mean, we're not picky. And I'm not going to do formations. Let's just go. Go.
Masters, witness me! I'm tired of this! The pangs of suffering! It pleases!
Yes, the Dark Prince Revan themselves is here. Damn them, Scion. Damn them for making sense just this once. That might be our first crash. Let me give it a second. Damn it, Garcia, you crashed the game! Yeah, no, it's crashed. Straight crash. Do I know what caused it? Apparently Garcia caused it, so thanks! Well, thank you, Dark Prince Revan, while this restarts. Always and ever appreciate. Thank you so much. And let's see. Looks like you're putting that towards... Come on. That sounds pretty dumb to me, Zach Taft. At least in character. You know what I could do? Let's do those. There we go. Like, I mean, come on. Now, Medieval Vader, I could see that. That's Ace Combat 5, Batman, etc. I shouldn't say that. We've got like 6 Batman things on the books right now. And Dragon's Dogma. Thank you as always. Nope. I mean, that's kind of a give and take thing, Darkrai, because sometimes something being awesome just overwhelms the stupidity. And then sometimes the stupidity overwhelms the awesome. It varies, right? Depends on how well they do it. But if Darth Vader showed up in the middle of Return of the Jedi on a black horse, then yeah, that's probably not going to work. But of course, it was in a comic book, so who knows? Hi, Walker. Lord knows the comics have been going completely bonkers off the walls lately, for those of you who haven't been keeping track of those. Let's just say that Darth Vader riding a kaiju attacking Palpatine is canon now. And you're probably thinking, when did that happen? In between Empire and Return.
Spirit of Walker.
So,
Bring them to ruin.
that's a thing.
The gods agree.
That's a real thing. Yeah, he was trying to rebel against Palpatine. He failed, of course. Because, you know, Return of the Jedi had to happen.
Fools. You dare.
So, this time I'm just going to say no. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. There's so many stupid things in the sequel trilogy that we've already kind of peaked for me. I don't... we're done. You know, we've hit the battleship moment. We're done. We have capped out.
Chaos death.
Oh, several of the comics have been legit. Like, well, I'm not going to go into specifics, but... I know, right, Dr. Winter? A little bit shorter, Jay Palmer, a little bit shorter. Ironically, Episode 7 probably has the least stupid stuff in it, mostly because Episode 7 has the least stuff in it, period. 8, it gets debatable. But if you cut out, for example, the entire chase sequence, which I would do, consequently, then yeah, that's going to be a little shorter. See, I don't agree with that, Dark Red. I never have. I think Episode 7 has its own problems. But I don't want to get too much into sequel trilogy discussion, because I instead want to say thank you to Eclectic Oak. Thank you very much, Eclectic. Much obliged, much appreciate. Thank you. What are we doing? Okay.
Hell Scourge! Drinking pain! My God's call! Quick! They die!
I've already said what I would make great parents. Nobody's. Nobody relevant, nobody significant. I wouldn't even name them because it doesn't matter. I liked that idea. I was legitimately interested in the idea of her just being a nobody. It was one of the few things that I really enjoyed, theoretically, about TLJ. We're just crushing, we're just crushing. Let's just kill.
Scrape flesh from bone!
Damn it! Well, let's just watch him for a second. I gotta write down Eclectic stuff. Hey, wait, no. Stop running away so I can watch your animations.
They feel our lashes!
So let's see. Eclectic Oak's donations are going towards the Advanced Warses. And Heaven's Vault and Tunic. Thank you again, Eclectic. Really. Much appreciated. Thank you. Are they dead? Are people dead here? Okay, cool. But no, to explain my statement very briefly, there's a movie called Battleship. It's a movie based on the board game Battleship. Now, I'm all for creative challenges. Anybody who knows me can tell. But the moment that movie came out, I realized we'd actually peaked as far as, or I guess dipped, as far as we were going to get when it comes to movie construction. Because it's hard to explain in simplicity, because it's not whether or not the movie was good or bad, although it was terrible. It's about the fact that they were so bonkers desperate to come up with any kind of story idea that they made a movie based on Battleship. Yeah, I've seen worse movies than that. I have seen Battleship, by the way. But you get my overall point. Hey, Gift of Vassal. Absolutely. I like that that's an option right there. Anyways. Yeah, the Battleship wasn't in most of the movie. Yeah, they made a movie based on Battleship, so we peaked, right? And Star Wars has already long since peaked for me. Now, if I'm being honest, being really honest, Star Wars peaked for me long before the sequel trilogy came out. Because, and by I keep saying peaked. I shouldn't say troughed. I should say, like, the bottom. Because I actually read and watched and played the EU. Like, the bad stuff. And, yeah. But no, the Star Destroyer fleet, each of which has a Death Star on it. Sure. If I had to pick one stupidest thing in the sequel trilogy, that would be my pick right there. An entire fleet of Star Destroyers, each of which somehow magically has a planet-destroying weapon. And I have to admit, I probably wouldn't be as bothered by that if not for the fact that Star Wars super weapons have been dumb for years, and I've been sick of them for years. Like, I am so tired of super weapons in Star Wars.
I am the chosen of the gods.
What are we doing with you? More experience. Starkiller Base was also ridiculous, but in a very... How do I explain this? In a very simple, dumb way. It was the Death Star, but bigger. It's larger, it can shoot through... You know, it can shoot across systems, so it can shoot through hyperspace, and it can destroy multiple planets with a single shot. It was the Death Star, but bigger. Ridiculous, but it's like, okay. But then there's the Star Destroyer fleet, and I'm just like... Why even begin with that? Where do I even start? Hi, Triaxia. Do I have a favorite type of super weapon? Yes, the manufactory type of super weapon. To use Star Wars examples, we've got the Starforge and the World Devastators. I like the kind of super weapon that is neither super nor weapon. It's just something that really, really helps with something more mundane like that. Well, I don't know what the Foundry is, J. Palmer. Assassinate J. Palmer before he lets the others know about the Foundry. But, you know. Yeah, the Star Killer has to eat a star to fire. Yeah, you know what really irritates me about the Star Destroyer fleet? Okay, 50 things irritate me about the Star Destroyer fleet. But you know what really irritates me about the Star Destroyer fleet? One ISD, given time, can glass a planet. This is something that's been part of canon for a very long time. It's where the phrase Base Delta Zero comes from. They could just sit up there and fire for a while. You didn't need to give them a planet-destroying gun. I'm not even going to talk about how dumb that is on every single level. Thematically, plot-wise, world-building-wise, logic-wise, internal logic-wise. Ugh. We'll go with that.
My prayers are answered.
Oh, edicts. Right. Oh, hey, we have Chaos Undivided Corruption now. What's it look like? Looks like no difference. Strange. Just looks like Slanesh Corruption. Yeah, but like in the other area, when the when the Zinch corruption overtook the Nurgle corruption, it was immediate visual change. But now we're still Slanesh. So I'm wondering if there even is an undivided corruption visual. No, I don't. An ISD captained by someone who has a brain, who is devoted to destroying the Earth for whatever reason, is going to destroy the Earth. Let's just be very clear about that. I know Independence Day is a great film, and it is. It's very stupid, but it's a good film. Which goes back to our original point where we started this whole conversation on. But, if an ISD popped out over Earth, we're dead. No, the Undivided Corruption is 52. The Slanesh is 48. I like that. They've come to the wrong place. Let's go with that one. Let's go with that one. So how do we vassalize them? Do I conquer them and vassalize? Or do I have to, like, vassalize them before I kill them? And ISD would turbo-destroy anything from Stargate. Which, well, a lot of people don't really process how high-tier Star Wars is, tech-wise, because of the fact that Star Wars tends to be low-tier in most other aspects. But let's be clear. A Star Destroyer is a monster. I'm not just saying that because I'm fond of the ship. That thing is a beast of a ship.
Yes. Bow before he who wields the Slayer of Kings.
Wait, that's you? Is that the name of a sword? Did you name your sword? Oh, Star Wars crushes Star Trek. Across the board. You could take out the Galaxy class with a VSD, probably with a Venator. An ISD is 1.5 kilometers long. Who are you? Oh, you're Cole. So how does a trade agreement work? Yeah, no, ISD, one of the reasons I like ISDs, and I know this sounds strange now, is because they are huge freaking ships in a way that makes sense. They're not 11 miles long or 80 miles wide or a moon or anything like that. No, it's a kilometer and a half. That is still a very large ship, but it's a large ship in a way that processes, that tracks, as opposed to being, you know. Anyways, I get the desire to have the big ship, but there's been a lot of one-upsmanship in science fiction over the last 60 years or so with regards to quote me on that. So, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, this reminds me of trade deals from... I'm trying to remember which game that was. It's a 4X game, where the trade deal itself just kind of generates money from the ether, right? It doesn't actually take it away from anybody. Just having the trade deal adds some income to both sides. Hell, in Master of Orion 2, I want to say, there's actually this cool feature where it starts off costing you money, and then over time it becomes more and more profitable. Like, it's like, it plateaus a little bit, but still. Okay, so, yes, I accept your treaty, then. Excellent. I will admit, I am biased because I really like the Normandy 2, the SR2. But, yeah, I kind of feel you on that. Okay, what do we got here? Chaos Knight upgrades. Does that include the big one? Looks like no. There's Chosen, though. We can get down to Chosen. Actually, a combination of both. But turbo lasers tend to be the most typical thing. Excuse me, when I say turbo lasers. What I mean is lasers. They shoot out energy projectiles, essentially. It's like plasma... Superheated plasma encased in a magnetic shell or something like that. It's been a while. I forget. Okay, so Marauders upgrade to Warriors and Warriors upgrade to Chosen. Or that's just the tiers, Uthor. Is Mass Effect worth getting into? Yeah, absolutely. Take it from someone who has spent way too much of his career professionally analyzing Mass Effect. Mass Effect 1 is still a good game, with flaws. Mass Effect 2 is a different, but still good game, with flaws. I think it's like the third highest game on the list right now in my reviews. And Mass Effect 3 is still a good game. It's just, it is a very, very flawed game at the exact same time. One of the reasons for the review system I use is to acknowledge that something can both be a plus and a negative, right? And that's Mass Effect 3 in a nutshell. Okay, yeah, like, I don't remember the specifics on Falkenstein, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so... Fifth on the list. What are 1 through 4? Because I know 1 is Diablo 3. Let's go ahead and go down this. I kind of want this.
The storm of chaos gathers.
That's going to upgrade. What's this going to give us? Nice. Yeah, let's go right for though. That's funny. Uthor. So what about Mass Effect Andromeda? Okay, so real talk. Mass Effect Andromeda is not that bad of a game. It is, however, not that good of a game. That's Mass Effect Andromeda. I'm going to quote myself here. Mass Effect Andromeda is aggressively average. And so, if that's worth your time, that's up to you. There are worse games out there. There are some good elements to it. The build system is probably the best the franchise has ever seen. You know, for building your kit and how you play. And when I say probably, I mean definitely. It is the best build system the whole franchise has had. The vehicle sections are awesome. However, there's not a lot of good combat to take advantage of that, and there's hardly any good boss fights. And the story is there. Because the plot is terrible. The world building is actually pretty decent. The characters are terrible, except when they're good. Okay, so we're going to go with this again. Same thing we picked last time.
I'll have this world.
I mean, kinda, yeah, Scion. It's like, Mass Effect Andromeda, I honestly have no interest or design to really do a proper, up-to-date review of. We might do it someday. It is on the list. I didn't say no to it. But it's nowhere near funded, and I think that's part of why, is because it's just there. Anyways, does that answer you? Sorry. Ramble. I've been trying to get better about summarizing.
Syrian has already...
Korn wants a non-aggression pact. No. Especially since you didn't offer me anything for it. Yeah, they picked like the most boring human at PC to play it, too. Now, can we at least play it as What's-Her-Face? Do Chaos Gods get along? No. No.
This world.
Ooh, that's a lot. Alright, let's see how this goes. Or we could... Let's besiege them a little bit. Let's see what happens here. Just for fun. Just for funsies. What can we get here? Oh, hey. More Marauders. Dude like Marauders. And I can afford them. Recruit, please. No reason. I do like Miranda and Jack. I mean, I liked everybody in Mass Effect 2, so that's whatever. The thing that surprised me the most was that Ashley deserved a positive in Mass Effect 1. Which I stand by the way.
Chaos.
Thanks. Thanks for the experience for Orgax there.
Wipe that out! Now the end times.
I mean, that's probably what Mass Effect 5 is gonna be. Dr. Winter, so... Yeah, that sucks. Oh, hey, training. Yes, more training.
Ah, the slaughter begins.
Yeah, exactly. They actually did stuff with Ashley. And in the first game. So... we need to be higher rank. Could you, like, tell me which things could upgrade, or... You make me guess? You're just gonna make me guess. Okay, cool. Cool.
Attack!
I mean, yeah, I get that there's a thing right there where I can see that there's rank 2, and that's rank 2, and blah, blah, blah. But, like, it'd be nice if there was just a little quality of life feature here, like, of a highlighting. You pull up this screen, and while this screen's open, it's like, these units are highlighted, and they can be upgraded. Like, for example, you know how these ones are not highlighted right now? I suppose technically we can upgrade them. It's just, we can't. We can side grade them, is what we can do right now. So it'd be nice if there was a bit more quality of life design on that, that's all. Hi, Warcraft Code. We're not playing Warcraft right now. We're playing its cheap knockoff. We're playing Kmart Warcraft.
Cannot play with.
What I'd probably do is I'd gray it out if you can't do the upgrade mechanic at all. Then I'd put like a highlighter on anybody who can actually go up a step. Now, maybe that's a thing they do later, because, I don't know. Well, the good news, Dark Prince Revan, is that a Mass Effect rewrite might happen someday through the Rewrite Project, but we'll see where that goes. Does Kmart even exist anymore? That's a good question. Oh, it isn't. Ah, okay, that's a shame. Oh yeah, so let's see what the auto-resolve would do. We wouldn't even lose anything. Look at that. We would just stomp them. Stompy, stompy. Alright, so... Subjugate, right? This is what I want? Okay. I like how we still get souls from subjugating them.
There'll be a reckoning. Spirit of Morka.
Did we not? Didn't it just... Oh, whatever. No, I saw. It actually indicates that nicely. Not only is that the text, but there's a visual too. Do you see that? It's a little hard to see, actually, but because of the mouse over, but it was there. The experience per turn is increased. Yeah.
For chaos.
Speaking of which, experience increase.
Excellent.
All experience, all the time.
Decadence calls.
So they are my vassal. Woo.
Fool.
Oh yeah, I can supposedly dedicate you, but I didn't figure out how. How do I... How do I dedicate you? Oh, I need more souls. Yeah, okay, okay. Gotta souls it up.
No.
Do love having more souls. So who's down here? Neutral. Well, let's go crush that then.
You dare?
Onwards to the neutrals. Those filthy neutrals. What makes a man have a heart filled with neutrality? Sure, give me a second, Von Falkenstein. Sorry, someone asked a question I wanted to answer. If I was in charge of a Vermintide-style game, so Left 4 Dead, set in Warcraft, so the easy and obvious answer is to set you against the Scourge, but I don't like that answer. The second, also easy and also obvious answer, is to set you against the Legion. I'm not sure if I like that. I'd have to think about that. Because, I mean, it's the easy answer, right? Set it as the Army of the Light, which has recruits from all kinds of worlds, so there's lots of player class choices that you can have to play as. And then you're fighting the Legion, which are effectively innumerable. And there you go, you win. There's your game. Boom. It's such an easy choice. Anyways, I thought I saw... Yep, there it is. There's a fortress right there. Well, the reason I don't like the Scourge is because it's Left 4 Dead, but fighting undead in Warcraft. That's a little bit too cheap, you know? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no green here. I don't see any green. Look, it's even a suitable climate. What's the issue? There's no issue. Let's just go. We're fine. There's no ambushes. Let's go. In Chaos's name. Orctoid. I mean, I unironically wish we had more down-to-earth stuff with the lesser races of Warcraft. So I'd be down for some Quillbore stuff. Like imagine a game that's literally entirely focused on the Quillbore. Par exemple. As I say, I think that's our undivided. See, that's the only kind of Chaos Corruption I like right there. Lava. Damn it, Jay Palmer. How could you? We trusted you. And now that's your skull. You're just going to sit there with lava coming out of your mouth for, well, until you learn your lesson. Alright, what do we got here? That is the growth and casualty replenishment. That is money, money. That's something we haven't even built yet. What do we got? What do we got? Yes. Oh, we can keep going. Well, in that case. Yes. Yeah. It's the perfect Chaos Corruption. No, I agree, Scion. Warcraft needs to remember that the low-tier stuff is not only worthwhile in fiction in general, but a lot of the best storytelling in Warcraft has been the low-tier stuff. Usually character-focused.
I am the chosen of the gods.
I mean, Dragonflight, unironically, almost every quest I've enjoyed in Dragonflight has been about, like, one or two people doing their thing. Like, in this one tiny area. You know what I mean? Just little stuff, you know? I'm so sorry, Warcraft Code. I mean, I'm not sorry at all, but yeah, that's DOS 2 in a nutshell. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, the Eastern Plaguelands, back in Kata. Going through the caravan. Or, I mean, honestly, a lot of the regional stories are pretty legit. Remember when we got to Pandaria, and the regional story was just roaming and meeting people in, this is the Valley of the Four Winds, specifically? That's another good one, Uthor. Like, I'm sorry to keep hammering this point in, but we've talked about this before. The WoW writers either are better at low-tier stuff, or there's a different group of writers who are better writers who do the low-tier things. I'm not sure which. Oh my god! There's Skaven! Can I get some Larshocks, please? Declare war! Thank you. Rats that walk like men? Ridiculous. Oh, I love the Bashir zone. Bashir was one of my favorite zones. It was just buggy as crap. Oh, they totally do Warcraft code, and that's not a new problem. The main plot writers try way too hard to be dumb and flashy. And I'm not saying that to be insulting. I say that as a statement of fact. They dumb down their main plot a lot. And it's very flashy. And they almost always try to be bigger and badder. And it's just, okay. Oh, I do, J. Palmer, very much so. There's no floating rocks. You're seeing things. There's no lightning. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oxyotl? Question mark? Sign. So yeah, somebody asks, I have the ability to just make an XCOM game in any franchise. That's a tough one, because as some of my viewers will tell you, I really like XCOM-style games. They might actually be among my favorite genre of games. And at least part of that is because of the fact that we have so few of them. At least good ones. Come on. Ah! There we go.
Masters, witness me.
XCOM is... So, if I say turn-based, grid-based, tactical RPG kind of thing, that kind of gets across what an XCOM game is, but it also kind of fails at it. Because what makes a good XCOM game is all the nitty-gritty details, right? Lots of games are turn-based, grid-based tactical affairs. Most of them suck.
Syrians I will see.
What made XCOM good was the specifics, the interaction between the strategic layer and the tactical layer, usage of combat, line of sight indicators, special abilities which naturally mutated over other abilities, a slowly escalating difficulty curve with regards to what enemies get, but also that also gives you new stuff. Like there's a lot of interconnecting mechanisms that make an XCOM game really work. And most people don't know that. Most people just say turn-based, grid-based, done, and it's like, but it's boring.
It is decreed.
What are we fighting? Oh, we're fighting the Skaven. Yes, the best of all races. Behold their glory. Hold up.
Scourge!
You.
The eternal hunters!
You.
My God's call. Cast Marauders! Mortal force!
Spread out a little bit here.
Yes, Lord! Your will! What? Desperado! devoted hero. Kill the Southerners. I am Kingslayer.
Your will! Charge them! Yes! Get them!
That would actually be nice, Uthor. Weirdly enough, to request such a thing, but I agree.
What? Archeon!
My things! I brave, but look now!
Are they running? Are they all running? Oh my god.
All is chaos! Swords of chaos to me!
Yes, Lord!
I mean, it'd be nice to have an option, especially if it's not default behavior, which it isn't.
Follow those axes!
So, that tracks.
Charge them! Charge!
Well, thank you, Warcraft Code. I do try very hard to be professional, even though some people will disagree with that. Like Huthor, not to name names.
Very well! Charge! What?
Kill me, burn!
Erkalag Bana! Ah!
Lord of the End Times!
Get back here! Get back here so I can kill you! Not really, Yura. I actually like wearing the suit. That's true. Thank God I'm actually a professional... Or excuse me, I'm not a professional game reviewer. Because then I'd just be IGN. Sorry to repeat the joke, but I needed people to hear that because that was a good joke. It's not even a joke, actually. IGN is just garbage. Oh my god. They've been garbage for so long. Who goes to IGN anymore for reviews? Jesus Christ. That artillery killed 169 units. The big guy killed 127. I'm actually legitimately proud of this review method, Warcraft Code. I don't like to say something positive about myself, but I think this review method is a good one. I think this is something I could put in the win column. Okay, so we could gift to a vassal, but which vassal? I guess it's Kull. Should I give it to vassal? Because I know this isn't the spot I want. The fortress is the one I want. But it looks like I can only give it to Kull? Well, this may sound funny, Warcraft Code, but a lore run, capital L lore run, is supposed to be more of a dense, bite-sized kind of a look at something, whereas a review is more in-depth into things like gameplay and game design. Oh, whatever. Enjoy. Are there any capital L lore runs left to do? No, we've done them all. One of the biggest reasons I started trying to transition into doing reviews, and if some of you probably remember this because this was years and years and years ago at this point, and I was very tentative because I wasn't sure people would like the reviews, for me to actually do game reviews. But part of the reason why is because I tend to think things in the long term, and I knew I was running out of material for capital L lore runs because
I am the chosen.
it's a finite resource. It's oil. I can only pull so much oil out of this well. Once it's empty, it's empty. And that's that, right? Yeah, this is the one I'm pretty sure I want. I think. Oh no, that's an army.
The council
Okay,
is
that's the one I want. Let's go grab that, shall we?
Moving! There'll be a reckoning!
Yeah, exactly, Trihexia. I mean, no offense whatsoever to anybody who really likes WoW Classic, but I'm not sure I can think of a scenario that doesn't involve me winning the lottery that would ever convince me to stream WoW Classic. That's true, Dr. Winter. 6 out of 10. Complete garbage. I have considered many things for future rewrites. Like, someone was asking what we've got on the potential for future rewrites. So we've got penned in stuff, which I am doing, then penciled in stuff, which I'm considering. I actually have a list. If you give me a moment, I'll pull it up here. Because it's right here. Boop. So the stuff that's penned in is Star Trek, Star Wars, Warcraft, StarCraft, Final Fantasy, and Mega Man. Stuff that's penciled in: Assassin's Creed, Chrono Trigger, Command & Conquer, Dead Space, Dishonored, Dragon Age, Dragon Quest, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest specifically, Forgotten Realms, God of War, GTA, Half-Life, Homeworld, Kingdom Hearts, Kirby, Lufia, the Mario RPGs, Mass Effect, The Matrix, Pirates of the Caribbean, Pokemon, Resident Evil, The Sagas, Secret of Evermore, Stardew Valley, Star Fox, Suikoden, Transformers, and Zelda. But there are things I have said flat out no to, even penciling in on that list. For example, Stargate. I've actually said no to Stargate. Because Stargate sucks! And that's not the reason at all. But I like to say that every now and again just to see how many people just kind of immediately Alt F4, like out of instinct, like, no! Alt F4! Immediately. I'm torn. Should I make him a caster? A general? A thing? Like, I've already got the blue stuff I want. I don't know, what do you think? What should I do with Archeon here? We've gotten all the exp buffs that I know of. I guess I should check if there's any red exp buffs. Burning Head. There it is. So that's Mage. I'm Psychic, Lune Ruth. That's how I know that for breakfast this morning you had eggs! I mean, I've played Secret of Evermore before, Melkor. Okay, well, we'll get some magic then. Admittedly, would not be my first choice, so this should be interesting.
Onward to destruction!
Darkrai's correct. I'll know immediately if they Alt F4. Not that I paid. I kind of wish... Hi, Boris. They have declared war. Okay. Cool. I was trying to pick the most innocuous thing that I knew you wouldn't have eaten for breakfast, Lune Ruth. I should have just said steak. That would have been even easier. You had steak for breakfast. Maybe Scion? I don't know. Something to think about at least. Do weapons like what the Tusken Raiders use exist in the Star Wars rewrite?
Quest has been issued, mighty lord. A great adventure beckons. Be wary, though, for while the potential rewards are great, so too are the perils.
Okay. So you're on Warcraft code. Oh, nice, J. Palmer. I actually did have eggs for breakfast. Eggs and tomatoes. I have him unlocked, Loke. We rescued him very quickly, actually. It was a really quick rescue. Do I have to assassinate him, or can I just walk over and kill him with an army? Oh, jeez, I've only got 6 turns to do that, too. Anyways, what I was going to say in regards to... Lunarith's question. So I wish I had a thing that actually showed me, like, a live update for viewers, which I do not, by the way. It's probably worth the cost. Holy crap. Okay, they're gonna kick my ass. Decline attack. Okay, thank God. That, whew, okay, yeah, we're extremely not ready for that.
I'll have this world.
We should not. Why not? Oh, because they're not high enough rank. And they're all rank 3. What about you? You're rank 4. So 2 blue is rank 5. Okay. Cool.
Spirit of Morka.
Well, let's just go this way and get ambushed by the Skaven as we go. See you around, Darkray. Good evening / night. Who's Iden Versio, Zocta? Oh, the main character from...
The Eye of Syrian has already told me your offer.
Let's be friends. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Witchcraft heresy, mutation. No. First of all, it's a paltry offering. Second of all, I need to subjugate you. Which I do right now, except I'm busy with the Skaven.
Syrian's eye guides me.
Yeah, we'll deal with Boris in a minute. For now, let's go into this completely unoccupied area.
Direct me.
Oh my god! Gasp. Shock. Yeah, no, I caught that after your second part of your thing. Okay, so... Yeah, it's infested with rats! Yes. It's to eat chaos flesh. Warpstone better. Much. Well, let's have some fun with this. We'll spend a few turns here.
Wipe that out!
Yes. Rattleman not take rattle. I could play a Skaven. The hardest part I have is coming up with dialogue on the fly. If I had like a script, I'd be good. And I just realized we're still in the northern wastes of death, aren't we?
Greetings. Your abasement pleases me.
What? Trade agreement. Yes. I like money. I want to eat money. Points if you get it. I don't even see Astrogoth still. Unit experience gain. Yes! The bloody sword had been obliterated. No. Oh, is this Astrogoth? It is. Hi. Why do I care about you? You also don't like us. You're the only one who doesn't like us.
Whose padruni a targom gristas? Fais carbu a hashus ubren.
How much would this cost me? More than I've got, apparently. Got it. I could give him a gift. Where's, there it is. We're actually not all that negative, really. We just have the -10 aversion, and that's kind of it. I offer you. I don't have that much money right now, so I offer you a small gift. Propose.
A shotgun du tu as it.
They're stronger than us, by the way. Did you see that? Okay, did that update? Hey, that updated. Okay. And we'll just leave that alone for right now. Yeah, so now we're interning. So if I had to start grading characters across all of fiction... Oh, Jesus Christ. You gotta narrow that down. Do you have any idea how much fiction I have processed in my life? It's not a small list. Babylon 5. Okay. So obviously Londo and Jakar would be purples. Peace treaty. No. Everything like Spot's gifts? -135. Wow. Either way, no. Huh. So Londo and Jakar would be the purples. And then there would be like 50 reds, because there's a lot of great characters in Babylon 5. How are we looking here? 2 more turns for that, and we're already at a point where we could just crush them. But, you know, we'll wait 2 more turns. We'll wait 2 more turns. We got this. We got this. Would there be any oranges? You know, I can't even think of his damn name. The Doctor, Franklin, I'm going to say, would probably be an orange. But that's mostly because they just don't do as much with him as they probably should have. In many ways, he is a Doctor character, and there's just not a lot to that. I said 2 turns. I meant 2 turns. Let's go. No, I saw Uthor. Who are you? That Skaven's name is Backback. Legion of Asgore. Oh, it's the Chaos Dwarves. Let's go with the...
Excellent.
The DCAU? Oh, gosh. Okay, so I know this is going to sound strange, but the Question is very high tier for me in the DCAU. I would actually say the Question might even be a purple. He's not the only purple, of course, because let's be clear, Bats. Like, that is Batman for me. That is the Batman. From all the various versions he's ever had, is the DCAU one. Similarly, the Joker. Subject. And there's several, but you get the idea. Ornitoth. Alright, so let's go ahead and attack. Hi. Heath Ledger was a good Joker, but he was a different Joker. Which is fine, obviously. That's how that works. Okay. Wow, this looks Skaven-y. Look at this place. It's just chunks of lumber every now and again. Kind of coinciding with something that might be considered building. Yeah, I've gone back and forth in my opinion of their soups. Because you're right, the DCAU soups is very weak, comparatively speaking. But that works. The DCAU in general was kind of lower tier, which works. Go figure, right?
Souls for Slaanesh! Bring us souls!
Soups, as in Superman. S-U-P-E-S. And yeah, I was going to say, there are some episodes where Soups is written to be, honestly, way too weak. I liked Hawk Girl quite a bit as well. And Diana was pretty good in the DCAU as well. Honestly, the DCAU is pretty legit top to bottom. Let's go with...
Masters, witness me! Chaos Warriors! For the King!
Yeah, I also really like the DCAU's Flash, so... agreement point there. I mean, that's kind of the problem, Huthor, and I agree with you, for the record.
What?
Face this way.
Chaos comes.
Our blood boils.
Hey, Tara. How is life?
Chaos Marauders!
You can do it, Jay Palmer. I believe in you.
Yes. Exalted hero.
I never really saw the CW's Flash, but I believe you, Zecto. Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe you're lying to me. I don't know why you'd lie to me so much. Lying to the low boss. For shame. Booster Gold. It's, the DCAU's take on that was probably the best take on that. Speaking of which, how many of you seen the trailer for Blue Beetle? I don't know, different thing, but it reminded me of that.
Your will! Attack the mortals! Blood! Blood! My gods call! Exalted.
Are you talking about the movies, Uthor?
For the Chaos God!
Yes, if you are, I don't think that's controversial.
That's still a glory! Mortal fool!
Then I don't know what you're talking about. So you're gonna have to explain it to myself, because I'm very stupid.
Charge them!
How and in what way is it possible for someone to found a school according to the law? I mean, maybe if you really want to found a school? Clan rats! Clan rats!
Marauder horsemen! Charge them!
Okay, that makes more sense, Uthor. Now, I violently disagree with that. But it is only because of the DCAU, which actually managed to marry the different things very well. That's not true. There's that, there's All-Star Superman, and there's Kingdom Come. So for those three reasons, I disagree with you. I mean, Menace Below is fun. Speaking of which, oh, there's another one. I mean, I'm already the dumb version of myself. I don't think they need a Warhammer version of me.
Throwing axes!
See, normally I'd make a continuity joke here, Uthor.
Chaos comes! Deliver slaughter!
But I actually do get your point, weirdly enough. Something I've heard several people disagree with over the years is how the DC universe... Universe is really the wrong word. Is how weird the DC setting, just on Earth, has gotten over the years. Specifically because of how connected it is with itself.
Chaos Marauders!
Where's the... Oh, they're there.
Yep.
Can you just say, yep? Yeah, I can't wait to play as Skaven. I'm honestly looking forward to that. Communist Aragon. IMO.
Marauder horsemen!
And you should found your own new school, just to prove that knowledge worthwhile. For no other reason. I mean, Gotham itself is honestly really bad world building, just in a vacuum. Even if you just look at that, Gotham is ridiculous. Gotham shouldn't even function.
Yes!
It does, because shut up, and that's the excuse, that's the reasoning given. Alright, I think we've softened them up enough. Let's go and start hitting out some ladders. Ladder. Ladder. Ladder.
The dark
That
gods
was fast.
command me!
Go grab the gate.
My master's call!
Apparently we could use the towers. Didn't know that.
Mind their pitiful walls!
Raid the walls! Raid the walls!
What they said. You done killing them here yet? These spears they're putting up a fight. Unfortunately for them, I actually sent my warriors over here, so they are screwed.
Warriors of God!
No, Soups would be in 40k and would fall to chaos in 3 minutes if the riders had their way. And I do not mean that as a good thing.
All is chaos!
Oh, you heard him. Crash the game this time, please. Thank you. Nah, he'll just crash, Zactef. You know how it is.
Chaos Marauders!
Okay,
Charge them!
let's see. What do we got? What do we got?
Mortal fool! Chaos Marauders!
And get down off the wall. Well, I'm not sure what's going on with them lore-wise, other than the fact that they're evil and they're corporate.
Your will!
So I'm not sure I can gauge that yet, Scion. Not really.
Cause bloody glory!
What are you doing? Stop, stop, stop.
The Lord surges!
Chaos Marauders! Now is our time!
They're still fighting on the wall.
Chaos Marauders!
Start disengaging a little bit from that.
For the Master Speed! Bring us to carnage! That's what the Master's bid! Kill them! Hell Scourge!
Marching on! Wipe them out!
Chaos Marauders!
Oh yeah, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me.
Biblu Hatu!
Speaking of the Chaos Dwarves,
Dino Don Hashut Mahitu!
yes, we can't do any field repairs on that, so we'll just live with that.
At once! Dunskal Kalbanu! Akalamarag! Ashkul Ulawak!
Yeah, no, it's new.
Bring their heads!
What's going on over here? We done? We're done. Okay, so
What? Ready! Chaos comes! Fail!
yeah, fair enough. Get her.
Yes! Call Dorga!
Marauder Horsemen! Gah! Hell
Oh, sorry,
Scourge!
wrong one. Wrong group. That's what I wanted. I do like having rats eat my stuff. Kind of a pastime of mine, really. So you ready to surrender yet, Skaven? I'm just wondering. It's okay. You can serve chaos with me. Hey! Interesting pancakes. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even notice. The music's... I don't want to say it's bad, but a lot of the music, individual songs, have just been really wallpapery for me. Like, it's generic God of War music, you know? I'm having trouble distinguishing for the most part. So I hope you've been enjoying. So, I will occupy this place.
Sirian's eye guides me.
I really liked the Eldar song in Dawn of War 2. That one stuck with me.
Destroyers, come!
Burning Head. I was told I want this, and so now I have it.
There'll be a reckoning!
Would I do a DC rewrite? I actually know DC pretty well, but the problem is DC is a very broad thing. It has many, many, many things in it. I do like Mongolian throat singing.
My prayers are...
What I'm trying to say is that if I did a DC rewrite, it would probably be more like a Superman rewrite or a Batman rewrite or something like that. Either way, honestly, probably not. I've got literally dozens of other projects on the books. So, yeah, I'm not even getting... That's just on Earth. DC has tons of alien stuff, too. Entire sectors and a full interstellar community. It's like... I know Marvel does, too. It's just... a little bit much. So... a little low on money. We're actually really low on money. But I can at least look at this stuff, finally. Why not? It's rank 4. You are rank 5. Hey! Okay. Yeah, the Green Lantern Corps. Which is exactly what it sounds like. I'm not even getting into Darkseid and Apocalypse, which I would honestly just get rid of entirely if I had a choice. Let's go ahead and start upgrading some of our Marauders. Looks like they start over in level when you do that, which makes sense. I know exactly what I do with a 40k rewrite, and nobody would like it. We talked about that during the Dawn of War run. Like, because the thought kept occurring to me, and people kept asking me about it, so I kept processing the back of my mind. And yeah, I know how I do it. And yet, nobody would like it. So, probably never even going to do that. Okay, so rank 7 to get to Chosen. Alright, so you also need to be rank 6 to go up. Okay, what about you? You need to rank 8. Okay. What about you? Oh, I actually can do something with you. I can make you a Marauder Horsemaster. I might do that, actually. I mean, I stand by it. I would remove Chaos from Warhammer 40k. Done. Look, I would keep lowercase Chaos, but I'd get rid of uppercase Chaos. Just remove the Chaos Gods, remove the corruption, remove all that crap. Gone. Easily the least interesting thing about the whole setting to me. Which is why nobody would actually like it. Don't worry, Saffron. I have far more interesting and better stories to work on. Looks like that's all I can do at the moment. Because they need rank 4 for that. They're rank 2 right now. Okay. And I can't even do... No, it's rank 7. Okay. I guess that's it at the moment. So we've started upgrading our troops. A little bit. A little bit. We need even more experience. More knowledge. More power. You mentioned that yesterday, Von Falkenstein. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been kind of thinking in that direction. Because I actually have a Zinch Rider right now. I just don't have either the rep, or excuse me, the level or the tech in order to go up to the whatcha-fig, the ride around on a disc thing. Hey, my people are happy. That's weird. Why are you happy? I'm the bad guy. All right, so let's go reconquer this. Like we just did this. I need to get this back from back.
The Eye of Syrian has already told me your offer.
What? Please don't kill us. No. Please, no. Poik off. Did they abandon? They abandoned it. Well, okay. Just run over it. Just run over it. Gift to vassal. Again. Hold on to it this time. Jesus.
Are you a god?
Yeah, this thing up here. Rank 8. And requires a tech, so we don't actually have the tech yet. Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Spirits of Morka. The gods direct me!
It varies entirely, Chester. Like, are you asking for when I'm setting it up, or are you asking once the run is started? Because there's two very different questions.
Greetings. Your abasement pleases me.
Trade agreement. Yeah, done. Let's do it. Thought we already had one, but okay. I'm cool with that. They're decent, Huthor. I'm not enjoying them as much as Scarbrand. A little bit more than Zinch. Oh no! They're besieging us. That's 6. Okay, fine. Who are you? The Beastmen. Oh, okay, I don't care about you. But you know what I do care about? It's the people besieging us. Who? Von Falkenstein? Oh, yeah, Zinch. I played Zinch.
For chaos.
Well, like, give me an example, Chester Copperpot, because in most cases, I use wild, exaggerated examinations and estimations to gauge how long a game is going to be. And in other cases, I just throw a number at the wall because I have no idea. I should point out, and you can make fun of me for this if you want, my estimations are usually very accurate. Like, historically speaking, I'm usually more accurate than I am not. So make of that what you will. No! Piss off! The exquisite pain of it obliterated. Weren't they my vassal? Oh, the Boris just ran over them. Okay, well, that's bothersome. Hold on a minute. Get in range. Oh, they fled! They fled! Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, we probably should. I actually agree with Scion. We're already kind of stuck in with the quote-unquote normal stuff. Where's... There it is, Demon Mounts. For which we need Charioteer. I was going to grab that anyway, so... Boop.
Now the end times come.
Nope, we're stuck. We're turbo stuck. So we're going to go ahead and save. There.
Summon the Elector Counts!
I am the chosen herald of the Tempest.
These gifts, Dark Fortresses grant additional Ogre Warbands. No, Ogre Warband recruitment capacity, excuse me. Gain weapon strength for each currently vassalized faction. Yep, okay, cool. Souls cost left for a specific gift. Upkeep reduced for Dragon Ogres and Dragon Ogre Shaggoths, whatever those are. Apparently these are Dragon Ogres. Increased missile resistance for Chaos Monstrous Army. Okay. Starts with a much smaller army, too. Start up here, of course. Where else would we start? How long to beat is notoriously inaccurate. But I do glance at it, yes. Usually I look at YouTube Let's Plays, no commentary Let's Plays, and how long to beat, and speedruns. And between the three, I can usually triangulate in on a pretty good accurate thing. Like I said, I'm pretty good at my accuracy on most of them. But then, there are the ones that I'm not accurate at all on. Those are either because of something unexpected, like the issues we had in the Dawn of War series, or because it's a game that's not out yet, and so I have nothing to decide from. So I'm just like, there, that much.
Bow before the mountain god.
Okay, good news. It's all flamey and lava-y. I mean, okay, so if I was to, for example, measure how long Xenoblade 1 is going to be, based on 100%ing, it would probably be about 200 hours. If I was to charge 200 hours for a game, we'd never play it. So, Compromise walks into the arena and beats the crap out of reality. Any questions? No, I'm dead serious, though, because I do try to do as absolute much of the content as I can. That is always the goal for a review, to cover as much of the optional and side stuff as available. But in some cases, that's just not feasible. We can't play Crusader Kings 3 as every single major faction. We can't play EU4 as every nation. We can't do every side quest in Xenoblade. We can't do every raid at level with at-level appropriate gear in FF14 or World of Warcraft, and so forth and so on. All of that is completely unfeasible.
True chaos awaits. Magic is chaos. It's mine.
This is probably the exact same tech tree, isn't it?
The gods smile. God of mountains. Storm Crusher yearn.
Freaking Persona 5. Let's not talk about Persona 5. Hi, TSB. Happy Tuesday. To use another direct example, we're not playing through Retribution on every class all the way through each campaign. That's just not feasible. It would also be really, really boring. We're also not playing through a full campaign as every Lord in Warhammer 3. That would be insanity. I am not streaming this game for the rest of the year. No offense, Scion, but that's not even on the table. Okay, so this is a weird setup. Interesting. Ironically, I would agree. Xenoblade and Persona both have the exact same problem. They're good games that are padded to hell and back.
Storm Corner. Ditches will.
What do you mean?
This world will die!
Chaos Marauders! Now!
Of course there are, Mike Kamano. I mean, TMR does, full playthroughs of as of this point, past tense, full playthrough of the entire NES catalog. The completionist strives to 100% every game he covers, and that's exactly as tedious as it sounds. there's categories for that, but I prefer not to get too mired in the quagmire. You know what I mean?
They will succumb!
True, Mike Romano, but then you have people like Alzabo HD. Now, granted, Alzabo HD will usually focus on doing, like, challenge runs, you know. Can we make a utopian communist state within the United States? You know, stuff like that. Can we, you know, make the worst faction in EU4 actually work? Stuff like that. Democracy 3, Mike Romano, and EU4, respectively. Alzabo HD specifically is also more of a humorously focused channel. Because he's telling jokes the entire time while he's doing horrifically evil things in the games in question, because, you know, CK3, EU4. You get it. You know how it works. You know the memes.
Chaos Marauders!
Yeah, all you have to do is make it so that women no longer have the right to drive, and bam! Utopia! Jokes like that, for example. I remember that one specifically.
Chaos Sorcerer!
See if you can actually hit this guy. Oh my god, he hit him! I'm actually shocked by that.
I will rise!
No, he's a, oh God, what do they call it? Sponsor. He does sponsored videos. Today's video is sponsored by this terrible strategy game that sucks, but I'm gonna pretend I like.
Chaos Marauders!
Let's just wait until we kill this guy. Wait, why aren't you killing him? Kill him. Kill him. Run him down. Run him down! Sorry, Lineruth. I mean, Utopia, the whole thing's a joke. That's the point. It's not actually Utopia. It's terrible. Are you even attacking him? I can't even tell. His health isn't moving. It's just, we're just walking with him. Like, hi. Okay, we did a bit of damage. God, Forge of Nations. Screw that game. Excuse me, screw that game. Although there's a worse game than that one, and that's the one that tried to be... how many of you saw the adverts for the strategy game? Where it was always, yes, my lord, and it's always some extremely, like, basically straight out of hentai woman who's barely clothed. And it's like, this is a strategy game. It's not actually a strategy game, if you didn't pick up on that. Thankfully, those ads have died out. That was a few years ago. That was actually one of the first bad mobile game ads. It was right out when Mobile Strike, or whatever it was called, was doing their things. You know, in the early dawn of bad mobile game ads. So this is a while ago. I don't know what the game was called. I don't care. Well, yeah, you play the king, and you must seduce one of the women of the court. Oh, God, I hate those, Scion. I hate those so much. What's really funny about those ones in particular, I don't know how many of you have noticed this. So there's an engine they use to do the this one particular type of ad. And when I say engine, what I mean by that is there's a custom engine they use to animate that has nothing to do with the games itself. It looks like it's game footage. It's not. It's an engine they use to make the ad that looks and plays absolutely nothing like the game itself. And so, if you ever see ads for like 15 or 30 or 100 different mobile games that all look weirdly identical, that's why. It's because they're all using that same engine. Let's go with experience. Yes. And yes, Mobile Strike had Arnold, which... honestly, really, really reduced my opinion of that person.
I will destroy.
But, you know. It's So let's run over these people. Let's just run over them. There we go. They're dead. All right. So I guess we need to occupy, or we could vassalize them. We don't really get benefit. No, we get benefits for vassalizing in this one. Oh, don't even, Huthor. So hang on. Lunarith asked something. How much would I say the term luxury space... Hang on. Chat's being weird. Luxury space communism applies to Star Trek? I would go with not at all. In terms of the communism. So remove communism and just leave luxury space. And even that, I'd say about 50-50. So about 50% luxury and about 50% space. And then we're good. Anyways, subjugate. Hey, Crazy Nurse. Oh, that was a Dark Fortress site. Oh, whatever, I don't care.
For chaos!
So I'm going to ask a really dumb question. Does he play any differently, really? Like, he gets bigger and stronger as I knock people over and subjugate them. But otherwise, this is the same stuff. Other than the fact that he has his own skill tree and different quests.
It shall be. Bringer of darkness.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound negative. It's like, okay.
Unstoppable!
That's true, Lunarith. And in TOS, they use money regularly as a regular, repeated thing. They also use money in the original series movies. But that's okay, because in TNG, there's no money whatsoever, which is why they do trade deals all the time. And Starfleet officers are regularly gambling on Deep Space Nine. And get involved with and are bribed by criminal elements as well. But no, there's no money. So, sorry, I should summarize what I'm saying here. Because the point here is that Star Trek is one of those fascinating things to argue with people over. I actually hate arguing Star Trek stuff with people. Because it boils down to this. Let's say, let me just use a made-up example rather than using a real one. Let's say that I think that Star Trek is pro-corn. And let's say that Ten-Headed Hydra in chat thinks Star Trek is pro-tomatoes. Now, I can point to an episode, or a movie, or a line that proves definitively that they are pro-corn and anti-tomato. And Ten-Headed Hydra can point to an episode, or a line, or a movie that proves definitively they are pro-tomato and anti-corn. And that's Star Trek. I learned this years and years and years and years and years ago. Like, literally, I was in, that would have been 6th grade when I realized that those kind of arguments were completely fruitless. Because it's hard to build a case when the evidence is self-contradictory, you know? And so it's like, all right. We're done. Which is why I'm not even going to engage in Lunarith's argument here. Because Lunarith can absolutely point to things in Star Trek and say, I'm right, definitively. And I can point to things and say, I'm right, definitively. Because it is just that astonishingly inconsistent. Who are you? Oh, these are greenskins. Who's up north? Who are you? Norska. Oh, well. In that case. Is this a fortress spot? No, I gave up my only fortress spot because I'm a dummy. I agree. We need to do like a Trek rewrite. That sounds like a great idea.
Bring me to the storm!
I mean, you're right. If we were to argue how time travel works in Star Trek, we could argue for all three types equally, and we could point to evidence of them. Time's Arrow does type 1 time travel. Hang on. Give me a second. Parallels does Type 3 time travel. And also, arguably, the entire Kelvinverse is Type 3 time travel. And I'm trying to think of a really good example of Type 2. I know there are several. I just can't think of one for some reason. I can't think of a Type 2 time travel example off the top of my head. Endgame? You know what? Yeah, Endgame from Voyager. Good example. So there you go. There's 3 episodes which definitively use, and movies, which definitively use 3 different types of time travel. Anyways, declare war! So that ogre clan is called the Flesh Greeters. Not greeters. Greeders. Will the Federation and Artrek have money? Absolutely. Of course they will. We've already talked about this later. Currency is a valuable measuring stick, as it should be, if I might be so bold. So yes, there will absolutely be currency in our Trek. A major plot thread of early Enterprise, our Enterprise, is going to be the introduction of the... So, okay, that's actually more complicated than that. The early Ferengi groups have been organizing to try and establish something of a universal interstellar currency. Basically, they're trying to create the gold standard, to put it into simple terms. And I've already thought about all the complexity of that behind the scene, which I will, of course, not bore you with. But the point is, they've been actively going out of their way, operating at a loss in several cases, to try and ensure that Latinum, which is what they use, is going to start being used by other interstellar powers as well. So in Enterprise Season 1, they'll encounter a few Ferengi, and it's like, oh gosh, oh my god, we're so sorry, all this stuff, here. And they're just going to give large amounts of Latinum to the ship as an apology for the mistake of the episode, to try and make things all better. And the Enterprise is like, why do we give a damn about this? It's a bunch of... We don't even know what this metal is. Oh, no problem. It's accepted as local tender. And there's this space station we happen to know nearby that'll accept it for repairs and supplies. And you get the idea, right? And so they're going to just kind of shove Latinum into... in this case, it would be EarthGov specifically. But then through EarthGov, it's going to split off to the Coalition and the 5 races. And you get the idea. You might be wondering, why would the Ferengi Alliance, which actually isn't much of an alliance at this point in history, but why would anybody in general want to establish a interstellar universal currency at a loss to themselves? Well, that's obvious, because what that does is create markets. If you have essentially connected your economy to someone else's economy, now you have a lot more things you can do with that, right? Buying, trading, selling, all kinds of stuff. And yes, replicators obviously do not make Latinum, and because duh, otherwise the whole thing would fall apart immediately. Now, Replimatter, that's its own thing. Bingo, von Falkenstein. I think I've mentioned this before, but the Ferengi in... Ooh. We'll go ahead and siege you for a bit. The Ferengi in our Trek tend to belong to one of 2, I don't want to call them religious factions, but I'm not sure what else to call them, ideological perspectives. One of them believes in short-term profit for long-term loss, and the other believes in long-term profit for short-term loss. So, obviously, the Ferengi that are interacting with and doing all the stuff I talked about are part of the long-term profit, short-term loss group. Well, actually, the very, very first Ferengi we'll be seeing will be of the opposite group. Because they will be strip mining a planet while... it's a whole thing. I'm not going to bore you with it. Point being, the first few episodes will be dealing with some of the short-term Ferengi.
Fulfill the pact!
How are we looking here? That's work. Well, it's not so much that, von Falkenstein. It's just that any individual Ferengi tends to believe in one religion or another. And I keep using that word because I want it to be kind of a cultural thing with the Ferengi, right? I need to come up with a term for it at some point, like the dichotomy of the Great River or something along those lines. Because it's a belief structure. Okay, so this place... I guess we'll occupy it, so we have a town, because I screwed up early on. And we'll go over to, I guess we'll just go with the same pile we were just doing.
Herald of the Tempest!
I'm sorry, Crazy Norse. What was the question entirety? If the Fed have currency, will there, and still be utopia? I don't know if there'll be utopia. Won't there be a universal basic income? Okay. I really don't want to get into the weeds with universal basic income. So rather than doing so, what I'm going to say is that the Federation, at a certain point in progression, will be sufficiently advanced that they don't need a universal income. So let me state this like this. Let's say you don't have a job, Crazy Norse. Okay, cool, that sucks. Let's say you're in your 40s and you don't have a job. So let's phrase this a little bit better. You still have a place to live, you still have food, you still have medical care, you still have access to education, right? Those things do not cost. Make sense? Now, they cost time, they cost resources, they cost effort, but you can just walk up and say, hi, my name is such and such. I would like to go ahead and have this particular procedure, or I need to be checked over by this doctor, or whatever, right? Get in line, get your paperwork, you're good. So even though you don't have a job, and even though you don't have an income, you still have the ability to exist. Now, if you want to do more than that, that's where we get into the thing. So that's why they don't really use a universal basic income, because universal basic income is just a... It's adding a step that doesn't need to be there, put simply. Make sense? So when they've already got all of the tech and resources and expansion in order to just be like, here you go, your basic needs are covered. No cost. Yeah, exactly. You don't need an income. Now, if you want stuff, that's different. But you don't need, right? Am I making any kind of sense here? And obviously there's a lot of gray in between here, because of course there is, because life is complicated. But that's the general gist. What do we got here? Let's go with Fireball. I like Fireball.
Excellent.
Fireballs are cool. And obviously the essentially, Dr. Yeah. MPPY is correct. There is a benefit to having a universal basic income. And it's exactly what MPPY just said. It allows you to decide what you spend the resource on. These are terrible options. I don't like any of this. Probably because it's a dinky little side place. I didn't even mean to pick up, but whatever. Let's do that. But yeah, exactly, Melkor Blade. But like I said, there's always going to be gray. We can't... without being evil, we can't adjust for human individuality, perspectives, opinions, and free will, right? So obviously people are going to be people. That's life. So some people are going to distend in both directions. And by both, I mean there's more like 8 directions, but you get the idea. I'm speaking in massive, vague generalities because it's impossible to actually discuss any of these topics at length without being generalized. There's too much nuance and too many individual perspectives that vary. It's like trying to describe how a CPU processor works. You can only speak in generics unless you're going to sit down and spend an hour actually going into it, right? I could do that, but I don't think anybody wants to sit here for an hour and listen to me talk about how electrical signals are controlled via little bits of metal and so forth and so on. For head.
Good. Now we see.
Yeah, and then we got to talk about lithography. There's a whole thing. That's my whole point. There's a whole thing. And so I'm trying to be very vague and surface level here. This is also the kind of thing, I like to do this kind of world building. But I try not to put this kind of world building on camera, because I know that the number of people who actually want to hear the nitty-gritty is a very, very small group of people.
Yes, I beg, let me do this.
Why did I recruit you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why do I care about you? Oh, yes, training. Get in there. Hit game. There we go. There we go.
Ready!
There's also the infinite currency. The currency that nobody else can ever do anything about. And that is, of course, the currency of time. Time is the eternal currency. That's true in fiction. That's true in real life.
Give me lightning!
Just run over him. Subjugate.
God of mountains! Stormcaller!
Oh, hey. Alright, so we can devote. Let's try this mechanic out a little bit. Does that change anything? I guess it changes which corruption they can spread. What's the point? Like, that's a lot of souls to cost for no benefit. Oh, it changes the spells they get. Okay. Will Hollow Addiction be a big problem? Probably. Even though holodecks won't exist. But, probably, yes. I imagine it will be a very low problem, though, because our Trek actually understands what mental health is, unlike Trek, which pretends mental health doesn't exist. Because it's a show that was made in the 60s, 80s, and 90s. Well, let's go Zinch. It's the only acceptable option. Okay, let me rephrase my statement. Trek likes to pretend that mental health care doesn't exist. Since someone like Suitor should have been picked up on immediately. Like, the man, that's... Most mental care situations are for things that, you know, you need some kind of training or understanding or familiarity to. Someone like Suitor has a giant, glaring neon sign over his head saying, "I have issues, help me, please." Yeah, Suitor was played by Brad Dourif, who is awesome, by the way. Mental hair is a very serious society issue. I agree with that. So you're going to be out of town. You'll have more time to play games at night. What you play, you can finish in about 25-ish hours. Give me a genre, Walker. Give me something to work with here. Also, is it going to be like PC, Switch, Zinch, Recolor? I agree. That's why I, of course, am completely insane, Lenirith. So now we have all sorts of fun stuff here. PC and RPG or action RPG.
What? Dominance!
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a short PC RPG. Short-ish. I can recommend the Trials of Mana remake. It's not a great story, but it's an excellent game. Like, it actually scored net negative on the story axis and very net positive on the gameplay axis. And it is on the PC. It's also not super long.
This serves the Dark Powers!
Chrono Trigger's only like 15 hours, my kimono. Which I will never stop pointing out because most people seem to still not realize that, and Chrono Trigger is considered one of the best RPGs of all time. God, the voice acting is so bad in Trials of Mana. It's either bad, or hilarious bad, but it's bad either way. Good mobile game? Hang on. My sister actually found one, and I've been playing it. It's called Pocket Trains. It's an infrastructure train, mobile game. It still has most of the mobile game traps, but they're, and I know that this is sad that this is where we're at societally, but they're really low tier in terms of how predatory and evil they are. So it's really easy to just completely ignore them. As opposed to, most mobile games. Road Warden is something that was added to the list recently. I can't speak to that, but it looks cool. Oh god, how many times have I bought Chrono Trigger? So there's the original SNES version, then there's the PS1 version, and I bought it on the DS, and I bought it on the PC. And I never bought it on the phone, so I've only bought Chrono Trigger 4 times.
What do you want, green-skinned mortal?
The peace treaty. We knows you don't take teeth. How about just cold? No peace in our time. Death to peace. And to the living. Yeah, actually, most Final Fantasy games are relatively short, too. And they are also all, 1 through 6 in the Pixel Remasters are all on PC. So I can recommend FF4, 5, and 6 on the PC. They're all good. Yeah, sure, hang on, Linerith. Give me a sec. There you go. Do I? No, I don't appear to have... Well, no, hang on.
Star Crusher.
Kingdom Hearts is on, okay. So I swear I'm not just being facetious, but in my mind, Kingdom Hearts is not on PC. Now, for those of you who know why I'm saying that, aha. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is on the Epic Game Store. Which I don't consider to actually be out on PC, to be completely and utterly blunt about that. There's a lot of reasons for it. No judgment for anybody else, blah, 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 blah. But if it's on Epic, it doesn't exist for me. There are issues, but I honestly don't want to get into it if that's okay. If something comes out on Epic, then I'm just, in about a year, it'll come out on, actual game stores like GOG or Steam. I don't blame you, Rex. As I said, this is not a judgment thing. I ain't here to blame or shame. Yeah, we should look at the outpost thing, because I noticed I can build a couple. Made here. So, you. I can construct them out. It's going to cost 3,000. Oof. It'll provide recruitment of the listed units from your ally. Using allegiance, it will provide settlements garrison with additional units. So hang on. I know what the benefit is of having an outpost from someone else. What's the benefit of giving an outpost to someone else, especially since that is extraordinarily expensive? Oh yeah, Diablo 3 is also there, Walker. Okay, so you gain access to, I'm guessing, these units. Marauder Horsemen, Marauders, and Marauder Spearmen, which is just... whatever. I mean, Diablo 3 is the best reviewed game I've covered, Walker. Make of that what you will. I stand by that. Oh, what else good? Boop. Okay.
Gold smile. I am mountain god.
Oh, right, sorry. Let's make one of those ranking lists, those tier lists. So obviously Scarbrand is S tier, and then we're going to scroll all the way down to the garbage tier, and that's where all the Chaos groups are. And we're good.
Speak, mortal.
FF14 is an MMO. MMOs use a different system. Also, I think D3 beat FF14. Not that it counts. It's a different score. Just because something is longer in terms of kilometers doesn't make it larger in terms of liters. Although I'm actually curious now. Let's see. FF14 was 437. Diablo 3 is 494. Yeah, D3 is actually better, even on the MMO scale. Not that that counts.
The spoilers come!
War with whoever you are.
Destroy!
Which one was Citizen Sleeper? It's on the list, but I don't remember the name off the top of my head. It's a terrible game. I can't even say it with a straight face. Let me explain D3 very simply, because I do think that this is going to explain it very, very simply. Diablo 3 got a grand total of 50 negatives across both gameplay and story. And it still scored that high. That's D3 right there.
Are you a god?
Yeah, sure.
Stormcrusher!
I meant to...
I follow only grandfather.
Two should do it.
Bring them to ruin! Fulfill the pact!
It's not the one I was thinking of for TSB. Yeah, honestly, I was planning on losing the battle I'm about to fight and then moving on there. Because this is very undifferent. Yeah, D3 actually wins, so far, the most negatives given right at the offset, which was 12 negatives given for the launch. Yeah, sure, we win.
You summon me, little mortal!
You demand... You know how this works. Give in or get eaten. No. Yeah. Do you want to spam monsters? Yeah. Alright. Well, I know that's getting a little nitty-gritty, but I do consider FF14 1.0. Shut up! To be a different game than FF14 as is. Which is good. Because I don't even know how I'd tabulate that. Yeah, in every way that is functional and matters, it is a different game.
I am Prince and Emperor.
Spirit of Morka.
So someone was suggesting... Valkia?
Blessed are the takers of skulls!
For some reason. So it has access to bloodletting, because corn. Campaign movement speed increased, souls gained increased, vassals gain frenzy and spread corn corruption. Specifically, passive ability gains of corn, which is increased weapon damage, armor piercing, and leadership. Campaign movement increased after enemy retreats. Start with Marauders, Chaos, and Skull Crushers, and Warhounds. Yeah, that movement range is interesting. But I like to be organized, so we're going to go down the list. Yep, that looks like Slanesh to me. Look at that. Pure Slanesh. Let's see. Reduce soul cost for Slanesh. Vassals gain immune to psychology. And spread Slanesh corruption. Can seduce units. Applies benefits of seduction. Slanesh corruption. Blah, 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 blah.
The attention's all on me.
For chaos!
Behold,
Handsome and lethal.
bliss.
Bring ruin!
Behold,
I am Slanesh.
So the only difference is he has a reduced soul cost for Gifts of Slanesh.
blissful
it
triumph.
has increased diplomatic relations with the Empire, Kislev, Cathay, and Bretonnia. Humans. Otherwise, their factions are the same. The Lord variants,
My beauty.
he starts with more generic stuff and gains fascination and increased speed for Slanesh people in his army.
The attention.
He gains Domineering Aura, which is a hex, debuff, negative, etc., and reduced Seduce cost for Empire, Bretonnia, Kislev, and Cathay. Interesting.
Germs and viruses fill their sinuses.
He's really happy about that. So, plagues. Plague duration increased, healing increased. Yeah, he's Nurgle. He's Nurgle with hang on.
Stormcaller. I am the sim.
And she's
The
Corn.
X-Father's halls are only for the worth.
You wish to serve the Twisted Twin.
And that's apparently Singe. You got a little... Yeah, so barrier hit points, changing of the ways, winds of magic. Has access to the teleport stands. Steal part of the experience earned by other lords. Interesting. Passive ability, the Twisted Twin. Effect increases with time spent in melee or casting spells. Increases melee defense, melee attack, and spell mastery. And of course, teleport stance is a little bit cheaper, depending on the winds of magic.
The Harbinger no longer.
Be'lakor. Human lords can be corrupted into becoming demon princes when defeated in battle or targeted by heroes. Starts with all Chaos God gift slots. Upkeep is reduced for demons. All authority is increased, and he gains Shadow Shroud. It is a spell to increase damage resistance by a huge amount. And he starts with several demons. Not all demons, just a few. Interesting. I'm gonna do two things here really quick.
It matters not from whence.
Yeah, what she said. Also, her shield is ugly. Just saying. Legend of Heroes might be too long for what he was looking for, Rex. Coming way, way back to something he said like 5 minutes ago. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Is that shield made of
We
worms?
water the earth with our enemy's blood. We will drink whatever's left.
I mean, you'll have worked up quite a thirst at that point. Who are you? Dark elves. Sure. Eye, souls, focus, tech tree. Different tech tree. Slightly different tech tree. I haven't decided yet, look. I do need to write down something for that, though. I suppose that would be here. You don't have to, Walker. You know, it is a volunteer only thing for a reason.
Glory awaits.
Lore has lost a quest battle. Does that count? That counts, right? I think that counts. Okay.
Skulls for the skull throat!
Legion of the Gore Queen. That just sounds gross. Yeah, we're fighting Caladriel.
Incidental!
By God's call. Masters, witness me. Lusting for slaughter. Exalted hero. Chaos, the only master.
The dark embrace of death is not the end. Prove your martial prowess to Khorne.
Hello, Berenian.
Behold true power! Glorious dark magic! Our sorcery is majestic!
There's a hand crossbows there.
Hecate honors us!
Behold true power!
Yes, actually, we have a separate Discord just to track that sort of thing, TSP.
Now! Blood for the blood god!
Which has, I think, like 5 people on it, but, I mean, duh, right? Oh, we're already stuck in.
I am exalted! Exalted hero!
I don't have any spells. God.
Warriors of God!
I mean, at this point, Huthor, maybe I should.
Untireless foot!
I do have a couple.
God surges!
Master!
Followers of chaos!
Move out!
Bug me on Discord, TSP. I'll toss you an invite there.
We go in fury! For chaos!
Red torment! Yes!
Well, I mostly use Discord for coordination and communication.
Yes? Quickly!
So, you know, that's how I do the rewrites, for example.
Battle hungry! Hunting souls! Slaves to darkness! Bringing ruin!
No.
Marauders of Dawn! Deliver slaughter!
We make claim! Northern barbarians!
Valkyrie the Bloody!
Thank you, Brennian. Always. I suppose if you know what you want to put that towards, let me know. But I hope you enjoy the Subnautica run. Lord knows I did. Got it. Evil pain.
Time to go!
Evil Genius 2, Loop Hero, and Oxygen not included. I think she's having fun. What do you think?
Shield Maidens!
So, Dark Prince Revan says, why would removing chaos suck for people? Can anybody who is interested in Warhammer 40k answer that for me? That's a lot of blood. Yeah, victory. I bet. Did we kill the enemy? No, we didn't, actually. You also can't flee anywhere. We have completely entrapped you and circled you, so you're not going anywhere.
Slay every mortal!
The battle is lost! Time to go!
They're really trying to flee, and that is not going their way.
Master, behold!
There we go. Dead. I will admit that if the fan base decried something in a rewrite by saying it changes too much from the source material, my reaction would be to not care at all. But that's because I've already run through that entire logic chain several times in my head and with several other people, and I've decided to kind of throw that completely out the window and never listen to that kind of feedback ever, ever, ever. Which is why I am the wrong person to ask that question. You need to ask people who are actually into 40k what the removal of chaos would really do in order to fundamentally change it for them. Let's see. Well, I do like souls.
Accept death as a blessing! Valkyrie the Bloody! The glory of war!
And auto battle.
Spare none!
Well, exactly, Blade Bolt. And not only that, like, not just in an individual case, but on a grand scale. The very concept of... I'm sorry. I'm going to sound very bored, because I've said this speech like 50 times. The very concept of change too much is an argument that me and Lore Reloaded and the Writer's Room and my sister and like 50 other people have had over and over and over. It is well-trod ground. There's not much else to add to that. Because, here's the deal. For everyone, where the line is on changing too much is different. And that's the problem. Occupy.
I suppose we might...
And vassalize?
There will always be
That's right.
blood!
So, you know, it's just... I am actually vaguely amused that no one has argued I changed too much about the Diablo rewrite. But I know that the only reason for that is because most people are not sufficiently familiar with the lore of the Diablo setting to make that argument. Most people who watched it were like, I don't really know about Diablo. And it's like, yep. And it shows. And I know this because rewrites that are even in the conceptual stages have already had many people, including Blade Travell and Huthor, and other people that I'm not going to count all individually because I don't think they're here. I think Lunairith was one of them too. Who have argued, actually Rax argued this too, have argued that changes I have posited are simply too much. Removing too much, changing too much. So forth, so on. So everybody's going to have different lines and where that's going to be, right? Everyone's going to differ in what is too much and what is too little. And that's just how it is. And that's why I say I've already run through this argument, because the end result here is essentially that I'm going to ignore the argument. Instead, I'm going to focus on a different angle on the argument, which I've also talked about this 50,000 times, so forgive me for sounding bored. What I tend to think of it as is we want to tell the best blank story we can, right? Like, that's the idea. So the best 40k story, the best StarCraft story, the best Final Fantasy III story, whatever, right? So, therefore, the fundamental principle is everything's on the table to be debated and discussed. Should the Force exist within Star Wars? Should there be magic in Final Fantasy? Should there be time travel in Star Trek? Should there be the warp in Warhammer 40k? You get the idea. Stuff that would... And the reason I bring that up is because there are no sacred cows. There's no such thing as something that's automatically in. Everything has to earn its place and earn its keep. Make sense?
Reforged for murder.
She has an interesting tree. Let's get even more movement speed, shall we? And of course, we'll get that, because
Sword Maiden of the Blood God.
that, because that, I suppose.
My prayers are answered.
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed. That's exactly right, Blade Travell. Now, obviously some stuff is going to be included. The Force is in the rewrite of Star Wars. But it's not in because it had to be. It's not in because there's some mandate that it's unviable or untenable or unacceptable to change Star Wars too much. It's in because we decided it was for the betterment of the story to keep it in. We had a very lengthy, like a month-long discussion in that Discord of the Force in our wars. I'm pretty happy with what we came up with. Now, if you're paying any kind of attention to me, if you're actually listening to me, which I imagine nobody in chat is right now, and I don't blame you, you're probably then wondering, well, then why would you get rid of Chaos from 40k? Because I think that actually would result in a better overall story. Now, possibly a less interesting setting, but I'm not making a setting, am I? Our 40k wouldn't be building a long-term franchise that's supposed to exist for 80 years and sell figurines. I'd be interested in telling a story. And I do think it would be more interesting, to me personally, to have, you know, the main races and the various sub-factions and the concept of chaos being the traitor factions. You know, the idea that some of the individuals and groups in that setting do what they do, not because they listen to some whispers from beyond, but because they chose to, for whatever reasons they individually had. And it allows for some more malleability, too. Like, one of the things that's been brought up several times is you can't come back from chaos. But what if you could? What if there was actually a concept as redemption? What if they could decide to be more political about deciding which faction they're footing on, and sort of. I just think there's more storytelling potential there instead of there just being capital C chaos. Like, if you sat me down and put a gun to my head and told me to write a story set in existent 40k, I'm not sure I could. The only way I think I could even do that at all is to zoom in the camera as far as possible and focus on, like, one person on one of the garden worlds or whatever. And it would be a really boring slice of life story, because I don't think I could tell a story in 40k, you know? Let's go with... let's go back. And yeah, that's the other thing. If you want, you'll notice I have not been arguing that everything needs to be gray. I am arguing that the traitor legions would need to be a bit more gray. But we've still got the Necrons, we've still got the Orcs, we've still got the Tyranids, we've still got the Eldar, which, okay, granted, the Eldar are kind of gray, but you get my point. There's plenty of options without having to dive into, there's something that is evil and, as Huthor so accurately put earlier, malicious. The Dark Eldar are the only thing I would say are a non-starter for me. Like, I've said this before, I would want to get rid of the Chaos Gods and just capital C Chaos. But if I was somehow, if you like chained me up, and you said, okay, we're not going to let you play FF6 ever again, unless you do a 40k story, I'm removing the Dark Eldar. The end. That's not something that I'm moving on or budging on. Screw the Dark Eldar. Now, having said that, let's go ahead and talk about what I'm using, because I'm using terminology and I shouldn't be, because I'm presuming people present are familiar with how I do these things, and I apologize. That's on me. Let's try this again. So when I say removing, what I mean is the Dark Eldar as is are gone. Okay? The end.
Khorne's way!
Having said that, that doesn't mean they're gone from the story. We could still have Dark Eldar that are not gross, right? We could have Dark Eldar that are just pirates, for example. We could have Dark Eldar that are a sub-faction of the Eldar that maybe think differently than the Eldar. There's a lot of ways to take the Dark Eldar from Squick and turn them into something that isn't Squick. Now, that would still fundamentally be removing the Dark Eldar because that's their shtick. You know, the whole, we need to constantly be doing horribly evil stuff or else Slaanesh is going to eat our souls thing, right? So that would be fundamentally changing them. But that's why I have to clarify my terminology. Because we could still keep them in name and try to make something new out of what's left of them instead of... bleh, right? Do nothing. That's funny.
This aids the cause.
Yeah, we could make the Dark Eldar Nazis if we wanted to. We could make them pirates. We could make them renegades. You know, we could make them people, a group of people who are more anarchists. You know, there's a lot of options there. But the Dark Eldar as is would be fundamentally gone, hence
The cold is
the overall point.
unnoticeable in the heat of battle.
She needs to take a chill pill, I'm just saying. Plus, there's, like, magma right there in the snow, so... Where are we? Oh, I see where we are. Okay.
Consort of Khorne.
Who are those? Dark Elves. Okay.
This weather rides like a savage animal.
We could Von Falkenstein. No, we're not gonna. But you get my point. Too gross. Too gross. What is that? Of course, I can't control the camera while the turn's happening. See, I believe you, Huthor. I didn't think that was a true statement. What in the world is this? This is a Drow stronghold? Because if so, excuse me, Dark Elf stronghold is well, see, part of the problem, there's actually a lot of problems I have fundamentally with the 40k chaos, 40k gods, and that's why I would probably just eject them entirely. So let me tell you a story. I think Rax isn't here, which is good, because I'm about to speak ill of my friend. So,
more strength for slaughter.
Once upon a time, we sat down to start working out on some of the rewrites. And there was this one rewrite that I was really excited to tackle. It was called Final Fantasy. Now, I'm joking anyways, Rax. I honestly didn't think you were there, though. So I was really looking forward to tackling Final Fantasy, because what I've wanted to do since somewhere around 1995, so for about 28 years, I've wanted to tie the FFs together into one overall continuity. Now here's the problem with that, because there's actually two problems with that. The first problem, and this is a very fundamental problem, is they were not designed to be connected. So that's a lot of restructuring, rebuilding, and otherwise rejiggering in order to make the Final Fantasy games connect. One of the stupid things that actual Square and actual Final Fantasy have done is try to very crudely connect the Final Fantasy games in ways that not only don't make sense, but actually kind of make the games worse by doing so. The connections between FF2 and FF4, the connections between FF10 and FF7, the connection between FF12 and FF Tactics. All of these connections actively are negatives to external continuity. They are bad. And part of the reason why they're bad is because they're... Well, actually, there's two reasons. Excuse me. There's two reasons they're bad. They're surface level, and they're badly designed and badly thought out. It's like if I suddenly decided to say that Star Wars is a distant prequel to Star Trek. I could say that. I could make that canon, but that doesn't make either setting better. And it doesn't... And again, because it's surface level, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean anything. So, that's problem number one. The FFs were not designed to be connected. But problem number two, and this was the actual problem for me, is I don't want to just connect the FFs. Because honestly, that's easy. Just making all the FFs happen within the same planet or within the same star system is a joke. I could probably smash out an outline for that in an afternoon without even trying. But making them connect in a way that matters. Because, and this is what I was just talking about with Warhammer 40k, everything's on the table. So even the idea of that kind of continuity is on the table. It has to be for something. It has to be some purpose. There needs to be some benefit to being like, why are the FFs connected? It would be a joke. I could right now, hang on, I'm going to connect FF1 and FF2 right now. You ready for this? FF1 happens over here, and FF2 happens over here. There you go. Boom. Done. And there's no real issues with that. There's no real cross connects. It's just they're over there and they're over here. And these two stories happen to exist in the same set on the same planet. But that doesn't mean anything. There's no benefit to doing that, right? What is the Chill Road? What about the map? Look me in the eye, Neurozaz, and tell me that the map for FF1 or FF2 is a world map. There's a whole planet. Now, I've actually done my due diligence on this one and figured out how large these places would be if they were worlds. It's absolutely gargantuan. Like, the distance between one town and another is like crossing Asia. Just Asia. But we've always accepted that because it's always just been kind of how the game works. Like, an overworld is... It's a part of game design. I talked about this when I did the original FF1 review. It's an aspect of...
Behold my wrath!
Why are you not... What?
Sword Maiden of the Blood God!
There, that.
Karnith's awakened!
Okay. Go away. What? There, that thing. Go away. Anyways. Hang on, Suffocon. Let me finish this point. The point is that the game design, the game purpose of an overworld map is to give you that kind of connective tissue, that kind of visual continuity, that kind of immersion value, and visual storytelling and brickwork to add to a game to make it so that you're not just having a level select, or that you're not just going from one stage to the next. Yeah, exactly, Craziners. It's a game conceit, so it's not actually all that hard to presume that what we're looking at is not the world, but that it is in fact a portion of a world, an area, a region, a continent, a archipelago, whatever. The only asterisk there is the fact that you can loop the map, but even that is something that immediately runs into itself, because the very nature with how we can loop the map does not coincide with a globe. as other people have pointed out many, many times. So, what I'm trying to say is that it is a very, very easy mental jump to just presume that that is not the world, and once that's done, there you go. So, like, FF1, 2, 4, and probably... Let's go with... 10. Let's go to that one. All of those FFs...
Only fool.
Sure, I don't care. Go away. All of those FFs could effortlessly, and with no extra work done into it, just exist on the same planet.
This weather
Done.
rides like a savage
That's it.
animal.
Done. We did it. We won. Success.
Reforged
But what's the point? Which gets back to my original point. If I had connected the FFs, which order would they be in? See you around, Brunian. Enjoy. So I haven't really thought about it because my good friend Rax had a complete breakdown. I don't blame him. He had some stuff going on in real life at the time, but several people were, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, childishly against the idea of connecting the Final Fantasy games at such a fundamental level that I let it go, literally just to placate people. I actually still, to this very day, do not think that was the correct decision to make.
Slaves to darkness!
However, having said that, the problem is, and this is something I just mentioned, connecting the FFs at all, and then connecting them in a meaningful way, is a very big job. Now, if I might be so bold, I'm saying that with just a little bit of pride, which may sound strange, but I say that because I would actually do my goddamn job on the matter. I would actually take it seriously and not just duct tape them together like Square did, right? And I actually did spend some time before I decided to pull the trigger on not doing that, and actually think about how to connect the FFs. And it was a huge job. It was a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of thought to try and get them into a way that, again, not just connected logically, but connected thematically or narratively, or like the events of 1 affected 2, affected 3, etc., etc. Now, this is when Rax is going to hate me and immediately leave the project again. So, I've already written FF1. The script is already done. We're already in, like, we're in dialogue. Like, people are actually submitting lines for FF1. FF2 is already outlined, and I've already started work on the script for FF2. FF3 I'm still working on the outline for. But without meaning to, all 3 of these could connect pretty seamlessly.
Chaos Warriors!
And I stress the way I'm saying that because I wasn't really deliberately doing that. It's just, as I was sitting down and lining stuff up, I was like, you know...
Yes!
And I will admit in total honesty that part of that is because of the extremely foolish hope that someday I will actually be able to make remake games of the Final Fantasies. And actually trying to, you know, do something other than just a random YouTube video, but actually making a game. Some of you are probably aware of this. I've also been designing the rewrites with game concepts and game ideas in mind. Like, I've been thinking about how battles work and how mechanics work and how the combat works and so forth and so on.
Where chaos commands!
Now,
The North decides!
the idea there being, in case I didn't say that out loud because I'm getting vaguely distracted here, that someday I would like to make games, and if I do make games, they're gonna be freaking connected. And I'm going to actually connect the FFs, and I'm going to do it freaking properly, goddammit.
Searching for battle! Sent by chaos! Brothers in bloodletting! March and scourge!
I would also like to think that after the Diablo rewrite, and honestly the FF1 script has gone live, I think I've proven that I have more than the ability to go ahead and do something like, say, write a character-driven script. That sounds fun, Bone Bones, right? Sorry for going wildly off topic. Not like I got a lot going on anyways. That's an interesting perspective, Rex, and you're probably right, actually. You're probably absolutely right. I don't know. I've never gotten someone doing a rumination analysis on the Diablo rewrite. That would be a fun day, wouldn't it?
Marauders attack! Blood for the blood god!
And we win. They don't even have a boss. We just stomped over them there. Like, one of the themes that I didn't intend on the Diablo rewrite was being stuck between a rock and a hard place, which is something that shows up a lot in that narrative. I mean, the entire plot could be argued to be the humans are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Thank you, Lucio Cava. I only do voice acting for my own stuff. Sorry. Well, at the moment, Matoya is only in FF1 and FF14 that I wrote, but we'll see. I guess we'll occupy? Why can't I? Ah, screw it. We'll raise it to the ground. To the ground! If you're familiar with Final Fantasy IX, during the FF9 theater, I voiced Vivi and Garland, and 30 other characters. So anyways. So that's, you know, Warriors of Chaos corn flavored. I do like corn. Corn's delicious. I had corn for lunch yesterday. It was great.
Bring me to my men!
I do not think an FF14 rewrite is an option at the moment. Like, I'm not even willing to pencil that in. Like, I'm tackling other things that are bigger than FF14, like Star Trek and Star Wars. Having said all that, I think the biggest problem there is I don't have any real passion for rewriting FF14, which I know sounds like a weird requirement. But it is a requirement. For something I'm doing, I need to be interested in the project, right? If someone handed me a job and said, here's some money, rewrite FF14, I'd be like, okay. Yeah, unlike Star Wars. Right, him. Unlike Star Wars, where people have been interested in the Star Wars rewrite since I first casually mentioned it in a stream. If I mentioned doing an FF14 rewrite, people would be like, okay, like, I think maybe 3 people would be interested in that. And I am not one of those people. Besides, we know the only thing I would change. And he's gone. All right, there we go. Okay. Whew.
There is no escape from the Dark Master.
Yep, Ranjit is gone. Where are we? Oh, we're up here. Okay. Probably Rax. Yeah, we're in Britain. Yep, as you can see. It's literally the Albion channel. I mean, come on. Come on! Tech tree.
It is mine now. Belacor. My prayers are answered. Glory awaits. The 4 token. They shall fall.
The Isle of Wights. How to do Xenos differently? I mean, honestly, I kind of already talked about that during the review. First of all, just kind of stick with the board guy approach. Something they kind of splitted back and forth on because they couldn't seem to decide what kind of character they wanted for him. So,
Shadow!
board, done. Cool. Second thing, probably not have him be ridiculously overpowered.
Move!
Strong, certainly, but not to the point where he's arguably the strongest thing walking around, which is just kind of ridiculous in its own right. That was getting weird, aren't they? The third thing, and this is the most obvious thing, he'd stay dead. Oh, that's a very mixed army, isn't it? Look at that. You're on, prisoners.
I am eternal!
Blah, blah, blah. I'm evil. Just so you know.
My gods call! Epic carnage!
Good question, Savika. But I think that's an odd thing to say, because it sounds like you were trying to talk up an insult, and then you gave me a compliment. So now I'm just confused, Savika. Why would you do this to me, Savika? Why would you do this to me? Did you just select him? There we go. What do we got? Thank you, Huthor. Whew! The balance has been maintained.
My coronation!
I will admit, like, going back to the FF14 thing, I've spent the last several minutes thinking about it, and the really weird thing is I can't really think of much I would do that would qualify as a rewrite. Like, I actually like how the ether concept works. I like how the idea that we're this super amazing Death Doom in lore, but limited. You know, basically, we are what Superman should have been. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. I like the party focus, I like the political focus, I like the factions, I like the fact that it's actually very low tier, has remained low tier for most of its existence. I would probably smooth over some edges in Endwalker, and all of the raid stories in Shadowbringer, but I mean, that's not rewriting, is it? That's doing an editing pass. Oh, he landed. You know what that means. Kill him! I mean, most MMOs do the "you're not the main character" thing. For good reason. We've talked about this extensively. Very, very, very few MMOs actually make you feel like the main character. Guild Wars 2 does. FF14 does sometimes. WoW does sometimes. That might be the end of my list, honestly. As much as I praise Asheron's Call back in the day, AC, not so much. Tor. I'll give you Tor for the same reason I give WoW and FF14. All three of them bounce back and forth between managing it and failing at it. But I guess that's better than nothing. So, in other words, the only MMO that actually makes you feel like the main character constantly and consistently is Guild Wars 2. So there's that. Oh my god, do not start with me. The sister of Takuma. Yes, but the Sith Warrior is not Tor, Loke.
That is how I
The
planned
Sith
it.
Warrior is an eighth of Tor. It's not even an eighth of Tor. Which is sort of my point.
Belacor.
If you're a smuggler, then you are the greatest power known to mankind.
Time to attack. They shall fall.
If they're over 500 characters, yeah, Twitch just eats them. It'll show up on your screen, but it won't show up here or for the rest of us. I'll concede to that Bacchius. One of these days I'm gonna figure out how to pronounce that. With one proviso. There is no main character of Guild Wars 2 Vanilla. And I know you're gonna point out the tree dude whose name I can't think of, but yeah.
Time.
I stand by it. 2 more turns. 2 more turns.
Destroy.
Oh, it's fine, Walker. It's just the beginning of the end times. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Traherne, that's him. Thank you. Yeah, Traherne comes closest to being main character, and I don't think even he qualifies. Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is such a mess. Well, the good news is you're not talking to Skynet Walker, and all of the fears you're having right now are completely invalid. No offense. Here's the problem. There's a lot of very real, very practical fears to have with the way that people have been doing AI scripting lately. Some people have already been using it to ill effect. Because, I mean, I can literally point to the fact that there is someone who has used an AI bot to make a video of me saying stuff I would never say. That's actually already happened. And that's ignoring the fact that that's also been done for other people, too. Like the President of the United States. Which is a lot less funny.
Our thoughts crystallize. Time to attack.
Would somebody be fooled by the video of me? That's a good question. People are very stupid. But only if you were a goddamned moron would you actually be fooled by that. You would have to be legitimately really stupid to be fooled by it. Like, you can actually see the video that this person pulled of me playing in the back. Like, you can see the play bar, right? And the lip syncing is completely wrong. And it doesn't sound like me at all. It sounds like some dude talking. But if you're a moron, then yeah. But yeah, no, we are currently in the era of misinformation. We have been for some time now. That's what scares me. We are already in the era of misinformation where, and this is not polemic, this is just true, if I get up, if I manage to buy a sponsorship on a news broadcaster channel, not even a big one, just like a local thing, I can get up there and say something that is a complete lie. And just that's something that they are now showing on the news. This is, we're already at that point. Now we're adding the ability to do deep fakes on top of that.
Morcar, Kur, Archaon, All are puppets. But I am the first damned. The first to cut the strings.
Yeah, sure, go ahead on. Why not? Whatever. Is there a way to go back? Yeah, just give me infinite power. I'll just delete the bots. You know what really pisses me off? And I mean this.
Lord of Torment!
The people who have developed several of the bots, and I'm going to keep calling them bots because I feel like AI is an inaccurate phrase, that are being used for these kind of fakes and these kind of, you know, procedurally generated content, I think is how I'm going to phrase that. Near as I can tell, are just assholes. Like I can't put that any other way. They're just dicks. No, we're not even at VI. They are bots. You have to understand this. We are not at artificial intelligence. We are not at virtual intelligence. We are at bots.
Call me Dark Master.
What we have right now is quite literally, this is not a joke, it's not an exaggeration, what we have right now is a million monkeys slamming on a typewriter. That's what we're at. That is how a bot functions. I got it. Through simple iteration, eventually you'll get something that looks close enough to success.
Chaos Marauder!
It's actually astonishingly easy to fool these bots and to completely screw with them if you understand how bots work, if you understand how they iterate.
You will run!
I don't even want to get into that one, Walker, because, yeah, that's just... Here's a field we barely understand as, you know, people. Let's start handing that over to bots.
Belacon!
But yeah, it's funny. I've talked about this before. It's not all doom and gloom. Bots processing information rapid fire has led to some good stuff. Mapping of genomes on DNA and stuff like that is a good example, because that stuff takes a very long time. So being able to do that as quickly as bots can do, hey, cool.
You're enough. All will burn.
But yeah, I've seen interviews of the creators of, for example, ChatGPT, to name a specific thing. And they're... I don't have a word for it. Assholes? There is just such a total lack of understanding of responsibility. Oh, I'm with you, Walker. As I said, I am scared by it. I'm just not scared for the same reason. We are not, I'm going to say this as bluntly as we can. We are not in a Skynet scenario. The only way a Skynet... So, let me say this very clearly. And this is probably going to scare the crap out of you, and for which I apologize. The only way a Skynet scenario could happen is if someone made a bot to try and brute force nuclear codes or other military channels. There would be no AI intelligence trying to kill us. There would be some idiot who unleashed a bot or 3,000 or 3 million upon military affairs. That's how something like, like Skynet is going to happen. Something from them over here. We'll do that. Oh, I know, Walker. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just think it's worthy of note. Because most people, it's... I'm trying to think how to explain this. A lot of people tend to be worried about X, Y, or Z for the wrong reasons. And you might think, well, who cares? There's still a reason to be worried about X, Y, or Z. Yes, but you need to be worried for the right reasons, because that way you can defend yourself against the right reasons. That way you can understand what's actually going on. Rampant fear about something that is a falsehood doesn't help anybody. If Hitler isn't wearing pink, don't hate Hitler because he's wearing pink. You know? I've said that before. I'll say that again. I keep using that terrible, terrible analogy because I think it accurately describes my take on the matter. If you want to hate Nexon for being a scummy company, hate Nexon for being a scummy company. Don't hate them for a lawsuit, which they might actually be in the right on. Same thing. Same concept. Because, and this is the really funny part, as much as we're in the era of misinformation, we have more capacity to correctly disseminate information than we've ever had in the history of humankind. That's not a joke. This enraged his father, who punished him severely. Sorry.
Mortal fool!
Anyways, I'm getting way, 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 way off into the weeds here. I apologize. Death to ChatGPT and to the living.
Chaos Marauders!
Yes, oversimplified. Hey, we win. Oh, we crushed him. We just crushed him. Good God. Oh, God. All right. Who wants to be the guinea pig? Who wants to go to ChatGPT and type in rewrite Star Wars and just see what comes out? Who wants to see what nonsense comes out of that? No other prompts, no other information.
You will serve me. Belacor.
I don't have an account and don't want one, which is why I say someone else is going to have to do that.
Ha! The slaughter begins.
The Citadel of Lead? Interesting. It said no. Okay, my job is secure for now. Oh, that's funny. Thank you. Thank you, Walker.
Call me master. Of course.
So let's see how this works out. In a turn, apparently. What he said. I mean, you know, like, I didn't get any real negative feedback about the Diablo rewrite. Because nobody gives a damn about Diablo. You know that when the first Wars video goes live, people are just going to shriek.
The first Demon Prince.
Alright, so we can claim a rift, or we can traverse a rift. So where can we go? Oh, nowhere, because we haven't claimed any other rifts yet. Oh, okay, cancel. So we don't have any other rifts.
Godmaker.
Truthfully, no, Savacom. We have some ideas, but only vague ones. It is, if I'm being honest, a problem I have kicked down the road a little bit at the moment. I like how the terrain is rendered when there's nothing there. There's like a separate texture, which is just generic terrain. Although it looks like corruption shows on the generic terrain. That's funny. I think modern Star Wars is creatively bankrupt? No. Why? Modern Star Wars is like the modern MCU. I'm not into it, and I'm not going to lie about that. But that doesn't mean it's all universally bad, or bankrupt or awful or whatever. It has its goods, it has its bads, it has its in-betweens. True, but admittedly part of that's because I just have no interest, Rex. Which, I don't mean to sound negative, actually quite the contrary. I was talking to Sis about that over the weekend.
Sigma's will.
Okay. So that's Warriors of Chaos, and the Monos, and Demons of Chaos, and Chaos Dwarfs. So, we now have Kislev, the Ogre Kingdoms, and Cathay. What do you think? Now we play the waiting game. No, Sovicom. I mean, ogres are probably going to be something I like, so we could do them. Luthor says Cathay. I mean, we're doing all of them pancakes. The only question is which one do we do now? We have been ramming chaos, so it's time to do even more chaos. Actually, I'm curious to something. Where's the ogres? Where's the ogres? 2 people for the ogres.
Over tyrant and old master.
What has a leg big enough to provide a hunk of meat that large? Because that's an ogre. Okay. How many rulers of Cathay are there? 2. How many rulers of Kislev are there? 3, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
I command ice and snow.
Boris Ursus.
So I've heard nothing but bad things about him. So we could get him out of the way. Is it him? Oh no, I'm sorry, it's not him, it's him, isn't it?
Worship the truth.
I think it's actually him. My bad. My bad. I was confusing who's whom. They're all the same to me. So we could get him out of the way, but I kind of don't want my first look at Kislev to be the worst. So... I don't know. Blurg. Let's just do ogres. Let's just do ogres. So we can have diplomatic relations with other ogres, tariff increase, unit mass increase, income from raiding increased, upkeep reduced, and income from looting and sacking increased. Or, how does he pick up there? How does he, like, clean himself? How does he dress himself? Anyways, so campaign movement speed increased, hero capacity for butchers increased, recruitment rate for butchers increased, casualty replenishment for gorgers, upkeep for gorgers. And less gross. We've got lots of monstrous. Just lots of stuff here. Where do we start? In India. Actually, that's more like Kyrgyzstan, but whatever. Fantastic Game Geek. I love it. Boom. We're gonna call it Cosmic Odyssey. We haven't played Bretonia yet, although we were playing in the British Isles as a demon lord who took over Wales. The story begins with a young and talented starship pilot named Nova, who dreams of exploring the galaxy and discovering the truth about her mysterious heritage. Little does she know her destiny is intertwined with a legendary artifact known as the Cosmic Orb. A powerful relic that holds the key to unimaginable power. This sounds like Darts and Droids. Oh, there's the Maw. Definitely not a Tyranid.
You know why we're here. Meat, loot, it all belongs to us.
As Nova embarks on her quest, she encounters a ragtag group of rebels who are fighting against the tyrannical rule of the Dark Empire, led by the malevolent Emperor Zorath. Wait, where'd the Maw go? It was right there. Damn. Alongside her droid companion X5 and a wise mentor named Master Orion, Nova joins the rebellion in their daring mission to restore balance to the galaxy and defeat the Dark Empire. On her journey, Nova faces many challenges and battles against dark forces, including Darth Malus, a fearsome Sith Lord who seeks to control the cosmic orb for his own nefarious purposes. Along the way, Nova discovers hidden truths about her lineage and unlocks her latent powers as a cosmic warrior, wielding a unique blend of starship piloting and lightsaber combat. As the conflict intensifies, Nova becomes a symbol of hope for the rebellion, inspiring others to join their cause. With the fate of the galaxy hanging in the balance, Nova must confront her own fears, make sacrifices, and ultimately face off against Emperor Zorath and Darth Malus in a climactic showdown for the fate of the universe. In this reimagined cosmic odyssey, the themes of family, friendship, and enduring struggle between good and evil are explored in new and thrilling ways, with breathtaking space battles, awe-inspiring alien worlds, and a diverse cast of characters. Cosmic Odyssey is an epic tale that captures the imagination and takes audiences on an unforgettable journey through the vast expanse of the galaxy. Buy it today! That sounds terrible. That sounds so terrible. Oh my god. That sounds like the most generic story I have ever heard in my life. I'm dead serious. I'm not sure I can think of something more generic than that. Oh, that's an interesting tree.
Greasus looks after his boys.
Oh my god, his name is Greasus Goldtooth. I have not played King's Quest 8. I didn't know they had an 8. Where are we at? Okay. We've got the Ivory Road, which is definitely not the Silk Road. Please don't sue us.
Trade Lord. Tribes.
Yes, Tom Cruise is pure evil and must be defeated in order to save the world. That's it. That's the plot. Oh god, Rex. No. No. We know what that is. That's Avatar. Alright, so Void Barons, using their luminous rapiers. What's with all the teeth? You know what? Never mind. You know, fair enough, Rex.
The overtiring. Eternal.
A lot of my characters have Ogre Charge as an ability.
Immolation! Incineration!
I can't imagine why.
Shaman of fire!
Expendable! Hey, I've got more expendable units. Who, Thor?
Take it all!
Why do some of them have pots on their heads? That's literally just a pot.
Time to work up an appetite. When do we eat?
Oh, that's your... Right. Silly me.
I ain't no gobbo.
Who are you?
Overwhelming!
What? Those aren't Skaven. Those are goblins with pelts. Okay. I don't even. Go over here. Actually, no. New path. New path. Up here. There we go. The cooks and the ingredients. That does not sound like a good job.
Man-eaters! Iron guts! Guts out, boys! Ogres! Hungry! Bring us meat!
Okay.
Greets us, gold tooth!
Okay, let's see how this works out.
Ogres!
Get some height.
Rampage this way!
Alright, I got a job for you, Huthor.
Fire belly!
I mean, that's their whole shtick, Suffolcom, if you're not familiar with it. The ogres like to eat. If this didn't give it away.
I'll smell ya! Rejoice in flame!
Yeah, he's being pushed. Oh my god.
There we go! Fire is life! Man-eaters! The strongest, the fattest! When supper! Tribe on the move!
Oh my god, Huthor.
The more calls! Sure thing! Burn them alive! I'll say so!
He is shockingly obese. I will agree with that.
Take it all! Off we go!
I want to see at least one ogre charge here.
For more!
What do you got? Got it.
These ogre mates! Man-eaters! Dead! Biggest in the chair! Fire is life! These ogre mates! Lunch 'em! Me! Looks like our for the tribe!
Ogres just beat down the walls. Oh my god.
Strongest, richest. Goldtooth on the move.
I'm trying to see the Lord's animations for attacking here.
Greets us, Goldtooth.
let him run. Don't let him run.
Flash of guts!
There we go. We got him. We got him.
Me! Looking for him! Hungry!
That ogre's fast, too. See you around, Uthor.
Other side's destroying us!
See if we can catch him before they flee.
Where you going?
Well, now I have to explain to my mother what I'm streaming today. Let's see. So I could lie to her completely, or I could try to completely rephrase this game in a way that she won't completely freak out over it.
Cowards!
I'm playing a cooking simulator where you play as a giant ogre and have to
Oi!
combine various ingredients that you get on adventures in order to change the dishes you can make, period. Yeah, that sounds accurate.
That tribe's running scared!
Super accurate. No, I'm good, Mike. Come on. The rival chef is a gobbo. No, I think they are terrible cooks. Have you seen that video? Thank you, Game Geek. As always, and hang on a second, I will jot that down for 5698. Republic Commando Gravity. So that would require her to have a sense of humor, Mike Mono. DBZ Kakarot. Oh, right. I forget. That's insanity, Mike Romano. Big names unlocked. Through his recent actions, he has earned the name Horde Master. He can now be selected. Okay.
Gracious, the shockingly obese.
There's his talent tree, which is obvious. Quest, which we're not at yet. But then there's big names. What do we got here? Win a siege battle, rank up in a raiding stance, use process meat post-battle captive option. Don't question where the meat came from. So that gives us +8 leadership aura, unit mass increased, melee defense increased. I'm guessing you have to pick just one. And 10 turns to change. Okay, interesting.
That's why I'm in charge.
That's a weird lines active, but okay. I'm with it. I'm with it. If you give the ogres a Snickers, they're gonna want a glass of milk.
Always.
Yeah, we need to figure out how to sacrifice stuff to the maw, too. Strange sentences you never think you're going to say in your job. How do you sacrifice something to the maw? It's a weird lines active. I don't know what to tell you. Not the weirdest line I've ever heard. Okay. It's snowing. Really snowing. But that's okay.
The over tyrant, eternal.
You're now here, because I just don't care for this battle.
Princess Goldtooth.
You just kind of hang out up here. Oh, fine, you can't. Oh, because I'm stupid. That's why. Yes, boss! Considering their food, that's a little concerning, but yeah, you know, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
I'll smell ya!
Vanguard units are ridiculous. Whatever.
Princess Goldtooth. Child of the volcano. Princess Goldtooth. Rejoice in flame.
This is our first night battle. I'm doing too many chaos areas.
Princess Goldtooth. The strongest. The fattest. Tribe needs it. When supper. Oh yes. Eat 'em. Princess on it.
Yep, that's about what I was expecting to happen. Give or take.
Overtime and going. Four together. Hungry. Find a meal. Hungry. Bring us meat.
They're so hungry all the time. They really are your cats, though. Jeez Louise.
Take it all. Biggest in the tribe. Off we go. This way. Carve the meat. Call me over tyrant. Guts out, boys.
That's an odd battle cry, isn't it? Guts out! That's not just me, right? I'm not the only one weirded out by that.
Biggest in the tribe. Win supper. Here we go. Take it all. I want it all. Shame and a fire. Meat. Crunch their skulls. Bring supper. When do we eat? Looking for it.
When do we eat? Yes, boss.
Fattest, strongest, richest. Looking for me. The
Don't
more
even try. Stop.
I'll
Now try.
crush them. Stand firm, boys. They're charging. Me. Follow the war's call.
This is a weird faction to play as so far. I'm not sure what I think of them. It's like playing an army of cavalry who are big, like they can hang, you know. He lost us that battle. He's kind of pathetic compared to some of the lords I've been playing as. But these guys, Mr. 102 kills, 110 kills, 96 kills. I'm in all the 8th. Gonna eat some. And then decide what I'm doing. I guess I want to conquer. Like, I feel like I read somewhere that you don't want to just conquer. You know, you don't want to paint the map with the ogres. Maybe it's this thing? No, that's not it. Whatever.
You ain't welcome here.
I don't see anything indicating that. That's true, we do need, at least need a home territory.
Done. Gracious, the shockingly obese.
Like your title. Why are you happy that that's your title?
Over tyrant, Greasus Goldtooth.
Interesting. I mean, I you know, body positive, that's cool. I'm cool. My mother's asking me if my cooking talents helped me play this game. I hope you enjoy the book, comma. And no, comma, I don't think I really know much about how to combine the particular palettes on display, period. Still a true statement. It's a very acquired taste. Hi. Oh, I hate you, Bragwin. I mean, that's not true at all. But, I hope you enjoy. We'll go with that.
There's no gut bigger.
Lovely jubbly. Even ogres are capable of forward planning, especially when it comes to precious loot. The grumblings of unrest tend to quiet when under threat of being crushed and eaten. You know, believe it or not, no, I don't feel very surprised by that. Well, since he sucks, let's try to make the army a little bit better. So we've got bull melee attack. We've got melee defense for the Hoothors. Oh my God, Bragwin, you're killing me. Let's see here, missile strength, melee attack for those guys, and God, there's a lot of different unit types. We're gonna have to pick a little bit. What is a Mournfang? I know, right, Bragwin? I made something. Here you go. Hey. I'm trying to picture ogre cavalry, and I'm having trouble with that.
More spoils, nice and shiny. Too rich to walk.
Too rich to walk? Is that what he just said? Wow. we obviously need the Maw's Gate. An ogre on a tricycle. Yeah. Could an ogre that weighs as much as 4 ogres even move? These are the real questions. Roll them at the enemy. Oh my god, there needs to be an ogre unit like that. Where it's just shove, shove. And he's just rolling. Like he's just being rolled at the enemy. You know, like a bowling ball.
Gracious, the shockingly obese. Their meat, my gut.
Yeah, just pushed by goblins the whole time. Hang on, I wanted to... I guess I'm here.
Trade lord, tribe stealer, horde master.
Here we go. Still can't see him. Damn it. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. We'll get there. We'll get there. Greasus, the extremely normally obese. The nobody even notices that we're obese.
Tribe lord.
Okay, so...
They better do what I say.
Offer to the Great Maw. I notice we don't have a meat. Oh, there it is. It's under us. Okay, so hang on. So we have 55 meat right now. Camp, settlements, and fighting battles will provide supply. Surplus can be offered to the Great Maw. And just upkeep. So meat is... Ah, yeah, there's 11 upkeep right there. We can also spend meat to gain a 10-turn buff to increase melee attack, movement range, global recruitment duration, and winds of power reserve. Interesting. We're going to hold off on that for right now. We don't really have a good source of meat. How do you spend meat? I'll show you in just a minute.
More meat.
You have to give me a minute, though, because first I have to go kill these people. Auto-resolve.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, we now have... the Ivory Road. As it should be. So, the way that we get benefits is we throw meat in there. You may or may not notice there's already a meat offering thing that's just kind of set up over here. Trickling food into the maw. No, I don't know what this thing is, and to my knowledge, nobody does. Everybody has their theories about what this thing is. I don't know if they ever even went back to this thing in the Age of Sigmar. I don't know. The Ogre's ever-hungry chief deity is in fact an enormous crater caused by a meteorite so huge it almost wiped their entire race from the face of the world. But as you can see, there's a thing there. So, who knows? It's definitely not a Tyranid, though.
Over tyrant. Greasus.
Okay, so we have our home territory. Now, we need to figure out setting up a trade empire.
Boss of bosses.
So, to the south, we've got more ogres. To the north, what do we got up north? We've got, who are you? Ogres. There's dwarves over there. There's more ogres. There's a lot of ogres around here. Yeah, the Maw. Click. I got it right here. Nobody answered me, though. Is the Maw in the Age of Sigmar? There's Grand Cathay. We do have contact with them.
Celestial ancestors.
Interesting. Aw. I'm vaguely surprised the ogres are even in Age of Sigmar. Oh, they're strong. Holy crap. They're also right at our border. They also kind of like us.
I have met many ogres. Few have been inspiring company.
What can we do to make this work? Yeah, sure. Let's get a trade agreement going, shall we? I notice we just kind of get nice bonuses from that, so yeah, let's go with that, please.
Ogres are underrated neighbors.
If you say so. So we'll leave Cathay alone for now. We'll kill us some ogres.
There's no gut bigger.
So we're gonna keep buffing the bulls, because why not?
Chuck it on my loot pile. Join me. It's not a choice.
So, to the point. Typical recruitment. I would believe that. Yes, Dr. Winter. Yeah, we're here. Do you have a couple might to spare? I don't know why ogres talk like that. Don't ask. It's because of this floating island right here. That's why.
Must feast.
What was I doing on you? Right. I guess we'll take Fireball. What do we got here? There's corruption. Plus control and growth? Yeah, let's go with that. More control. Control for the control guts? I don't even see the caravan. Second. Okay. Oh, there's the caravan right there.
Indubitably.
But aren't we, like, good with them? Oh, kebabs. All the time, kebabs. You know you want kebabs, von Falkenstein.
This'll bring
Give in to your hunger.
Come on, faster.
So that's Jinsen. Who are you?
This world.
The Western Provinces. I think that's a different dude. I think. I'm not sure. I think it's different. And soon we shall raid and pillage. Oh my god, Braegwyn.
With this.
Oh, speaking of which, I'll be right back. As soon as I hit the end of turn. Gold mining pit. Oh yeah, because we have a gold area. So we've got a decent income starting as these ogres. We can generate a little bit of income. Or we could reduce our income to generate meat. I'm actually torn on this one. Let's go with growth. Then we'll leave the last slot for the landmark. We also don't need all of these to be here. We'll need one of those. I'm sure glad that those are green and red instead of all being red. I've seen a screenshot of that specific problem. Okay, I'll be right back.
It's crushed. The flames rise! Bring me fresh throne bearers.
Alright. Where'd the caravan go? Where'd the caravan go? No! Okay.
Too rich to walk.
In that case, that is a large army. I mean, Vader's functionally the Supreme Commander, so probably Zach Taft. Depends on what he needs done. Screw it.
Don't you dare rest! Over tyrant, Greaser's gold tooth.
Wow, we start with a lot of stuff, don't we? Just tons of resources here. Well, you have to remember that Tarkin was the villain, like the main villain of A New Hope, and Vader was just some local lackey turned traitor. Like he was just some samurai Jedi who decided to go evil and was working there as a pit bull.
Greasus, the shockingly obese.
Declare war. Okay.
Greasus, oh.
So I wonder what... Oh, Jesus, that is a lot of crap. Alright, let's see how we can do. Oh, we can pre-battle feast, too. Increase speed, unit mass, of course, and charge bonus. Which we should probably go and do. If we did auto-battle, we'd lose almost the entire force. Look at that. Ooh. Oh yeah, in the extended works, Tarkin was a big fish. That absolutely works. I'm just saying, in A New Hope, the film in question where Tarkin commanded Vader, Tarkin was the villain, the main villain. That was back when the Emperor was a powerless figurehead, don't forget. There's a lot of fat on that meat. Ugh. Let's do that. Okay, let's see how we do. Need to look something up, actually. I know, right, Ikid Claw? It sometimes makes me wonder what would have happened if we just kept Palpatine as, you know, the powerless Emperor. You know, instead of Emperor Palpatine. Okay. We'll think about this.
Manitors! The strongest, the fattest.
Line up over here.
Fire is life! Where's me master? Survivor of fire!
I mean, it's also worth noting that Ian McDiarmid was not the first pick to play Palpatine, and that he was our backup option. And that just kind of worked out amazingly, because, frankly, I don't think Palpatine would be half of what he is without Ian McDiarmid.
These ogre mates! All shall burn!
Alright, let's try it.
I ain't no combo! Yeah!
Go, 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 go.
This way! Looking for him! Helps the tribe! The Hold, Master!
I know this is a long charge, but I need you to hurry the hell up. Yeah, I can't remember her name, Von Falkenstein. And I don't remember. Ikekla, I'd have to look it up.
Noblars!
Don't you? Oh my god, are you serious with this crap?
The more cool!
Yeah, go back and watch the original Empire Strikes Back. You know, the one that wasn't the special edition. That's a woman playing Palpatine. It's actually a woman and a guy because it's a woman that's visually appearing, and it's a dude doing the voice. And I don't remember who either person is.
Managers! Killing time!
Yeah, Ian McDiarmid was brought in for return, like I said, kind of at the last minute.
Hungry! I want it all!
Well, looks like we're not going to get the easy victory. I didn't think we would, but it was worth a shot.
Where's me master?
Marjorie Eaton, apparently. Well, I have no idea who that is, and will now forget instantly. But she was our first Palpatine. Yeah, they re-added Palpatine into the special editions, and he looks terrible. It's actually kind of funny. Like, what the crap? Okay, you're not listening. There you go.
Follow the
Alright. Disposables. I mean, Huthors. Hold the line. Oh, they're gone. They're dead. I'm not even going to reach them in time. I will also admit I have never liked the way Palpatine looked in Revenge of the Sith. In 3. That's never been a preference of mine.
Off we go!
Oh, Jesus. We're already... okay. Get stuck in.
South boy! Get it done! Ogres! Bring us meat! Muncher! Find him!
Yeah, no kidding, Rex. Like, he apparently lost a lot of weight over the years. I guess that's a thing, so sure. Yeah, this is a loss. This is a hard loss.
The more cool!
After the battle with Mace. Frankly, the way Palpatine looked before the battle with Mace is essentially perfect.
Hungry!
And then he gained the rubber mask.
Biggest in the tribe! Take it all!
See, I admit I'm kind of two minds of that one, Chester Copperpot, because speaking as someone who makes things, I'm absolutely in favor of being able to update or, deal with. But you'll also notice I tend to keep the archives of the original works around, right? Like all those old terrible videos and streams, those are all still there. Just, de-emphasized. Oh shit, I forgot to move in the mage. Get in there, get in there. I mean, I think I agree with you, Chester Copperpot. It's just... I also think it kind of depends a little bit. In the case of the special editions, I absolutely agree. We should have the option to just buy Star Wars original. There's no practical reason not to allow that. That I'm aware of. Excuse me. Let me add that. That I'm aware of.
Where's me master? Hungry! Rampage! Where's the meat?
that's going a little further than I thought it would. It's okay, but not what I was expecting.
Serve the ogres! On it! I ain't no gobbo! These ogre mates! Noblars attack!
I can't believe we're still winning.
The ogres!
This has been a disaster of a fight.
Hungry! Follow the Morse call! Looking for meat! Find a meal! The flame spreads! When do we eat? Boss says so! Man-eaters! These ogre mates! All together!
That's fine.
Racist gold!
I was wondering why they hadn't broken completely yet. It's because we haven't killed their lord yet. Yeah, there we go.
Man-eaters!
He's gonna run before we can kill him, so I'm just gonna let him run. Yeah, the whole reason they didn't want Ian McDiarmid was because he was so young. They didn't want him to play the decrepit emperor. It is a complete coincidence that by the time they got around to the prequel trilogy, he is old enough now to just play with only minimal amount of makeup the elderly emperor. Or, excuse me, chancellor. We could use some meat. I did burn some meat on that fight. We'll take the meat. Meat. Loot, 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 loot.
Conquest is conquest. Gracious.
Oh my god. Let's just look at that. Well, I'm gonna just do this. We got the Sword of Anti-Heroes. Interesting. Yeah, occupy, I guess.
More territory for Greases.
I guess meat's back on the menu, boys. I'm surprised no one's made that joke yet. I mean, we're playing as the ogres, for God's sakes.
The over-tyrant. Over-tyrant. Greasus Goldtooth.
Yeah, do they eat anything other than meat? It's actually an interesting question. Let's keep buffing those. And, oh gosh, I don't know. What's this? Ah! Yeah, I'll take Tribe Stealer. Thank you,
Trade
Zoctef.
Lord. Tribe Stealer. Horde Master.
Yeah, we took it in the pants on
They
that fight,
work
too.
for Greasus now.
We actually have a decent income. Let's start replenishing a little bit here. Oh, I think I see a caravan coming. You know what that means. No, looks like they went the other way. I want to take one caravan down. Is that so much to ask? That's Vampire Count territory.
Too rich to walk. Join me. It's not a choice.
The Belch of Prosperity is not something I was expecting to read today, but here we are. Oh. They demand money for non-aggression pact. Sure. We'll pay that. No, I noticed pancakes. For the orcs, and I don't actually know much about the orcs in Warhammer. In fact, I know essentially nothing about the orcs in Warhammer. They have green skin. They're probably not a fungus. They probably weren't built to kill, you know, the Necrons or whatever. I don't know anything about the orcs, so I don't know. One of the technologies you can research as the ogres is called saddle sore cream. All that writing makes one a bit sensitive and herdy, but this miracle substance made from the bile left over of a certain type of dinner works wonders, and in no time. Gotta get the spices.
No one can stop us now.
What's a camp? Damn it, Kier White Noise. Oh, okay, fine. They're apparently a fungus. Maybe. I don't know. Where are we? Oh, yeah, we're in, like, Iran right now. That's the vampire counts. Not what I was expecting to see, unless the sparkles are the joke, in which case, never mind.
There's no gut bigger.
Tibet? I mean, it's kind of vague, because, I mean, like, there's India, like, right there. And this is Africa, over here. And yeah, we got China over here. Not sure where the Great Wall is, but I know... Excuse me, the Great Bastion. Somewhere around here. Up here, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how camps work, and I googled it. No. It's a building we could build right there, and there's the radius. So we have to be that far away from a settlement in order to plop a camp down. I'm not sure where there's going to be a spot where there's that much room to plop down a camp, though. Like, that's a huge radius. Like, for a bit of perspective, there are 5 settlements in range of that. Let's do this.
No food till you get there. Itching to crush something.
Well, they're about to conquer the Maw Gate, because, yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, let's cancel that construction there, shall we? We'll do that one instead. And maybe that one. We'll leave the Maw Gate undefended for now.
Must feast. Hold, master.
Bonus versus large. Plus armor and leadership for the army. And of course, then there's the Over Tyrant, which we honestly probably want. We got a lot of stuff here. Let's go with that for now.
Chuck it on my loot pile.
Yep. That's... I'm just gonna accept that loss.
We're going conquering.
That is what it is. Saw that coming. Wish I'd seen it before I moved, but whatever.
Sunbeams scrub my thumbs. Boss of bosses.
I find it interesting that as the ogres were primarily fighting other ogres. Wow. Yeah, just knock them out.
Whenever be greases. Tuck in, boy. Give me a reason not to linger.
Sure. I'll take a trade agreement. I like trade. Because I'm secretly playing as a Ferengi.
Tribe Lord. Grace us always.
Can we take this? Yep. Just run over him. Just run over him.
The meat harvest begins. Yeah, I'll take it. Must feast.
Okay. What is Iron Fist? Ah, so that's anti-missile, that's anti-infantry, and that's not anti-anything. Cheaper, too. Let's grab 2 of those for now.
Gracious, the shockingly obese.
Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k are very different settings. We've talked about that before. Step 1. Grease up your Noblars. Step 2. Go faster. And then we can gain Vanguard deployment, which is hilarious.
Looks valuable. I'll have it. Over tyrant. Greaser's gold tooth.
Okay, so we've already got a basic military. Do we have a pack cave? We do not. Do I care about a pack cave? So I've already got a meat generator. Looks like that's actually it. Oh no, growth generator, excuse me. And that's kind of worthless for us. We get income other ways. Let's go with that. Let's reestablish control and get rid of corruption. So we don't like corruption as the ogres, which is hysterical when you think about it. What? What do you want me to do? Oh, proclamation. Let's go with Feast for the Strong. Does fantasy... Excuse me. Do fantasy humans also have a skull obsession? I know Chaos in fantasy has a skull obsession.
Give me a reason not to eat that.
Oh, what? Don't we already have a trade... No, we don't have a trade agreement with you. Well, hell, yeah, that'll pay for itself in 5 turns. Done. 6 turns. Okay, valid, Dakota. Normally I'd say why, but you actually already answered that. Because of funeral rites, burial rites, or whatever. Yeah, I noticed we're just kind of playing the trade people, which is... Factions have approached you with bounties. What? Interesting. Well, now they're going to start hiring us as mercs. Interesting. Wait. The Western provinces want me to sack... Okay, that's not what I thought. Shrine of the Alchemist. That's way up there. Is there a time limit on these? I guess we could just sit on them for a minute. Oh, in 10 turns. So there's the time limit. We could have to do it in 10 turns. Interesting. There's also a camp up there we need to do something about.
Too rich to walk.
So we got those two. Actually wanted to get one more of each. And then that'll make us with 4, 2, and 2. That'll have to do for now. One of those, just so we have access to them. That's because... Okay, so we can do all of these. Oh, it's... Well, it looks like there's no detriment for failing it. Where's this place? Right there. Why is Cathay asking me to attack Cathay? And these people, the frickin' vampire counts, are asking me to conquer whatever this is. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, corpse starch is a thing for a reason, right? Well, whatever. We'll accept that one as the one I was eyeballing anyways.
The Over-Tyrant.
Sounds a little bit about like Mega Man. Why does...
And make it a good one.
Celestial Loyalists. Sure. People just keep offering us trade agreements. It sounds like the Mega Man thing. Why does Dr. Wily keep using skulls for his iconography? No real reason. It doesn't even really have anything to do with anything. Like, they had Skull Castle in Mega Man 2, and then it just became a thing. Right, let's see if we're good enough. We're gonna knock over this camp, shall we? We're just gonna run over that.
It's feasting time, boys!
Only 2 meat out of that. Well, 8 meat.
Meat!
Take it, obviously, but still. Not a lot of meat.
Trade Lord, Tribe Stealer, All Master.
That's the dwarves, and I don't really want to fight them.
The Over-Tyrant always wins. Always!
Oh, I can establish a camp here. Why, though? Like, what's the benefit of establishing a camp? I guess is really the question I'm asking.
Pull me there! We'll throw a great feast!
Okay, so there's our camp.
I'll eat this whole stinking world.
Gross. Ah. That's where we get our real buildings. Interesting. We're playing as the ogres, Magister. Yeah, this is how we get access to lead belchers, who carry around cannons, cavalry, of course, and man-eaters. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do... That'll take 8 turns. units. Okay. It's the amount of population required? Interesting. I guess we'll work up towards that. While we're here.
Look what I got for ya, boss of bosses.
Camp growth for all camps. All armies faction-wide. Holy crap.
More spoils, nice and shiny. What a lawn, ogres!
Yeah, I find it weird that for the ogres, whose biggest thematic shtick is eating things.
Go into my gut.
No. That we're apparently a trade empire. Like, we already have several trade agreements with the Chinese, and, excuse me, Cathay, and we're going to be expanding that? And people could just hire us as mercenaries? Like, that's just not what I was expecting here.
No gut bigger. Greases his blood.
Yeah, just run over them. Just run over them. So, we could capture the settlement, occupy it, or we could sack it.
We're taking that back.
Throw a feast in my honor. Ogre tyrant. I'm the boss. Got it? Who can I boss around next?
Yeah, ignore the Sarlacc over there. It's fine. It's fine. We haven't been throwing people in there. Is the Maw in Age of Sigmar? Since the ogres are.
Too rich to walk.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Hungry. Always hungry.
Yeah, there's a curse for you. Imagine always being hungry.
Hold, master.
Well, I mean, yeah, look, we don't throw people in there alive. We're not Java. Hello, Evo. Welcome to the Mercenary Trade Army Eats People faction. Okay, so we already have that and that. We don't need that. Yeah, we'll go and just go with the boring thing for now. I have not done a rumination on Tremors, no. I'm pretty good about remembering what I've covered. Even if I don't remember the particulars. Oh, yeah, no, actually, I don't think the ogres even primarily eat people. I think that's just something that's played up for humor's sake.
To obey your over-tyrant at last.
Trade agreement. Yep, let's do it. Everybody wants to trade with the ogres. Whoa. Okay, so the dwarves are just gonna stomp us there. Yep, that camp was just annihilated by the dwarves. Wow. Okay.
Many apologies, your great Balkanus, but I bring news. The Black Orc war boss, seeking to take these mountains for his own, has been lured to the Firemouth as you requested. Now is the time to crush him.
Cool. I am extraordinarily not ready for that.
Gracious, the shockingly obese.
The plus side, I can't set up a new camp here. I've already seen it, Loke, but I've seen all of them, actually. We'll be watching it at some point. So, the dwarves. Damn, they're not too shabby either. No, there's nothing here. There's nothing here, Evo. Oh, yeah, nothing here. Nothing here. We're okay. Everything's cool.
No one ever regrets us. Make yourself at home, boys. Trade lord, tribe stealer, horde master.
Yeah, no, repair. It's keep repairing. Okay. Okay.
That's why I'm in charge.
Yeah, it's okay. We just have to not trip in Evo. And could you imagine, like, how absolutely insane it would be if you were just standing right next to... Ah! It's okay. It probably has a stomach somewhere in there. Uh-oh. Damn it, Euro.
Hungry. Someone bring me meat.
Wow. Yeah, that's when we have to
It's like
blow ourselves up to get back out of it.
go to. Kill him! Eat him!
Ooh.
The meat harvest begins. Dinner is served.
That's fine. We got some decent meat out of it. What is that?
Enough meat for everyone, boys.
Right. We're gonna pretend we never saw that. And just move on. As if nothing ever changed.
There's no gut bigger.
What creature magic? Oh my god! Oh god, why do you keep making me look at that thing? Alright. What?
I've decided.
Let's set up a camp.
I'm in charge at last. Find me flesh.
Boring option. Start. Hey, Uthul. Hey, look what I found, Uthul. Check it out. Look at it. Bling. All right, there goes Uthor. All right. Let's see here.
Must feast.
It's okay. It's actually all just rubber. There's just a pool down there where people can just hang out and relax, you know. I'll give you a hint, Papa Neeks. This morning, I've been primarily playing as... Hang on. Oh, there we go. I do actually want that.
Mine.
As... Okay, that's the last time I'm going to do that, I swear.
I'll eat this whole stinking world.
Yes, we're playing as omnivores. That's a good way to put that. No, just like a regular pool. It's nice, you know? Relaxing kind of a place. It's got a good vibe. There's candles, you know? They've got those things where they'll bring people out and they'll, like, give you massages or, like, pedicures, or you can get a mud bath. You know, it's a whole thing. It's great. It's great. Yeah, there's drinks and coconuts. You get it. You get it. And yeah, and only the bravest people get access to the awesome pool. So getting thrown down there is actually like a benefit, and they make it sound like it's this horrible thing. It's like, oh, you'll be horribly thrown into the maw, and everyone's like, no, don't throw me into the maw. But then, like, the people who are brave and like, I will fight you, even though you'll throw me into the maw, get thrown into the maw. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go throw myself into the maw.